Welcome to Yankton Basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. This broadcast is made possible by the following Sportscaster Club members: Midwest Insurance Agency, Murph's Appliance, Yankton Thrive, Stockman's Motorsports, Les Schwab Tires, Linda's Angel Crossing, MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency, Hy-Vee, Vichy, Elwood Dental, Floortech Restoration, Angela's Mexican Store, Yankton Rexall, KSC Taco Bell, SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, Slumberland, Larry's Heating and Cooling, America's Best Realty, Larson Carpet, Elkhorn Valley Bank, Anytime Fitness, King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, Yankton Medical Clinic, All Seasons Power Sports, Kaiser Heating and Cooling, Wince and Ray Funeral Home, First Dakota National Bank, JR's Oasis, Intech Cleaning and Restoration, The Bone Setter, Triple Time Rudy's, Farmers Union Insurance, Meridian Photo, Graham Tire, Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, H&H Roofing, Boss's Pizza and Chicken, Wall of Fame, Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals, and Raven Books. Now, for the Anytime Fitness pregame show with the voice of Yankton Athletics, Zach Spear.
Hello and welcome to Yankton High School, where the Yankton Bucks and Gazelles have a doubleheader here tonight against the Watertown Arrows. Thanks for tuning in on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. I'm Zach Spear alongside Eve Hawley, and we've got a great night for basketball here tonight, weather permitted, and we are still here. A 2-hour late start for Yankton earlier this morning. Was thinking there was a chance it was maybe going to get postponed, but the weather wasn't too bad, and the Arrows have made the trip down. All Yankton athletics on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube are presented by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey, with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. Right now on the floor, the sophomore girls in the third quarter, about halfway through, and Watertown up 15. It's 25-10, your current score. It's been a week since we've seen the Gazelles take the floor, but they're ready to go as they host the Watertown Arrows tonight in Yankton. This game to be followed by the Bucks and the Arrows. For the Gazelles, this might be the last time they see a whole week in between games, as when the schedule gets going, there is multiple games every week. So expect them to take advantage of that and have some fresh legs ready to run in this one. Yankton comes into the game at 1-5. Watertown comes into it with a record of 1-6. This game very well could lead to one of these teams reaching the Sodak 16. Both of these teams are coming off really some of the toughest schedules we've seen for any of the teams in AA. And they're going to want to take home the win tonight, as this is one of the games it feels like, all right, we've got a good chance here. Let's look at how these two teams compare so far this season. In terms of scoring, Yankton putting up 42.2 points per game compared to the Watertown Arrows, who are scoring 35 points per game. Yankton's giving up 52.5 points per game, while Watertown allows 51.5. For Yankton, their average game is about 10 points per game, a swing favoring their opponents. And for the Arrows, it is a 16.5 point per game swing favoring their opponents. Last year they matched up, and it was a fairly close one. Watertown did get the victory, with the final score being 58-48. When you look at the numbers from this season, the defenses have been almost identical, with Yankton giving up less than 1 more point per game than Watertown. But the offensive side is where things look different. The Gazelles get about 7 more points per game, and I do think offense is going to be the difference maker in tonight's action. When both defenses are about the same, you've got to go to the other side of the ball and outplay your opponent on that side. Who can get the good shots, and who can make the shots when they get good looks? Again, I mentioned how a win could mean a Sodak 16 game for one of these teams, as right now Yankton is tied for 16th in AA, with Watertown currently right behind them in 18th, as there's 2 teams in that 16 spot, so there's not technically a 17 seed. Otherwise, Watertown would be just that. Will a win tonight help one of these two jump up in the rankings? Well, of course, we're going to have to wait and see, but we should be in for a great game. Again, they matched up last year. It was only a 10-point difference. The teams maybe on paper look a little bit more even, though, this season than they did last year. But again, expect the offense to be the difference maker here. Yankton has fresh legs. They last played on last Friday against the Mitchell Colonels in their brand new facility, which was kind of exciting to get to be a part of, as kind of used to getting to see Yankton playing in the Corn Palace, which is always a good time as well. But it was nice to also have a brand new facility and a great place to broadcast from. Yankton Gazelles are 1-5, Arrows 1-6. Game set to tip off at 6. Might be looking a little closer to 6:10 here, but we'll take a break when we return. Did get a chance to talk with both head coaches ahead of this matchup. It's Chad Rohde of the Arrows, and as always, Savvy for the Gazelles. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. This is Gazelles and Bucks basketball on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you pics so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton, located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance. Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
Hello and welcome to our Coaches Conversations. Now joining on the line is head coach Chad Rohde of the Watertown Arrows. Coach, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for calling.
Of course, and could you tell me about the season you've had so far?
Well, it's kind of a rough season as far as the start, looking at the record, but, we got some young kids and doing some things to keep improving game after game, and we just kind of got through going through the gauntlet. We had 3 straight games with Brandon Valley, O'Gorman, and Aberdeen Central. So, it's been kind of a rough patch, good 2 weeks where it's kind of rough, but girls are hanging in there. We're picking up the pieces and trying to improve each day.
And as you mentioned, O'Gorman, Brandon Valley, Aberdeen Central, there's a good chance that's the top 3 teams in AA this season. I know it might not be great when you go 0-3 in that stretch, but what are the benefits of having played these really good teams?
It's going to make you better, and it's hard for as a coach, you can realize that and you understand those things, but it's hard for high school kids to feel the fact they're getting any better when they're playing teams like that, but it's going to make us better. It's a stretch where you see the defense that you don't normally do, and it's like I said, it makes us better, and I know when you lose by 20, 30 points, it's really tough to handle, tough to swallow. we always look for opportunities to grow and opportunities to learn. And there was plenty of times in that stretch where we had a good opportunity to talk and learn and grow. So, hopefully the girls use it in their favor and just keep moving forward. That's all we can do.
And what style of play should we expect to see from your team on both sides of the floor?
Well, we're pretty guard heavy. We lost our post player for the year. Malia Kranz is out for the year. So pretty guard heavy, and it's we try to keep an up style or a fast-paced game, and I know that's what Yankton likes to try to do too. They'll get up and guard you pretty hard up full court, and that's what we want to try and do too is change things up a little bit and just pressure defensively and get out and run and be able to execute. But the big thing is whatever we do, we just got to be able to make some shots, and that's been kind of tough down the stretch too.
And coming up, as you mentioned, you travel to take on the Gazelles in Yankton. What are you expecting to see in this matchup?
They're a good team. They've got some really good pieces to their puzzle, and they're playing some pretty good basketball. They've had some tough teams in this past couple weeks as well. Playing Mitchell, I know Mitchell's really good. They've got things going in the right direction, and in my eyes, I know their record is the same as ours, but they're a scary team, and it's a team I wouldn't want to play. When it comes time tournament time. So hopefully we can just show up and handle our own, and hopefully make some shots and make some stops when it's needed.
And who are a few players that have led your team each game, and what do they do well?
Kinsey Russell. She's a senior that's been starting for us for a couple of years, and she does things really well, whether it's scoring, defensively. She's just got a pretty good basketball IQ, and it's fun to have her on the floor, and she's definitely needed to be on the floor. And Ellie Thury, another senior, she's been doing some really good things. She's been playing pretty well and having to guard some people that, the post players, the Taryn Hermansons and the Lauren Burkhards of the world. And Ellie's not that tall, so she's been working pretty hard to do the things that are needed for our team. And then we got some junior guards, Andy Olson, Jordan Remmers, Lily Mack. They're just solid players, and they do things right. And the biggest thing is they defend, and that's what we need is if we can defend like we're supposed to, then things will hopefully go our direction and our way. So.
And what are the keys to victory for your team in this one?
Well, like I said, it's we've had a rough stretch, and our ability to score hasn't been where we want it to be. So the biggest thing is definitely we got to put the ball in the basket, and we got to score some points. And then, of course, hopefully we can kind of contest and hold Rao and Wolfgram and keep them at their own. But we got to make shots. We got to make shots and got to defend.
Well, Coach, I appreciate the time. We should be in for a great game.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Again, that was head coach Chad Rohde of the Watertown Arrows. Coming up next, our chat with Gazelles head coach Blake Savvy. All on Classic, it's 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice-cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area. Guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bone Setter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bone Setter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
MT and RC Smith Insurance has been a part of the Yankton community since 1949. Our agency would love to help you with your home, auto, business, life, and long-term care insurance needs.
We take pride in providing you with quality service when you have a claim or need to make changes to your coverage.
The MT and RC Smith Insurance Agency is flexible to meet with you in person or at the office at 204 West 4th Street. Give them a call for insurance changes, payments, claims, or service requests.
Back on our coaches' conversations, now chatting with Blake Savvy, head coach of the Gazelles. Your team last played a week ago in Mitchell. Could you tell me about that one?
Yeah, I thought we came out the gates and started fast, knocked down some shots early, which was good to see. You know, we talked about that being something we really wanted to do, is get off to a fast start. And I think things just kind of broke down for us a little bit offensively. We stopped finding those same looks. And then defensively, you know, I think we could have gotten up in the full court a little bit more. We've worked on that a lot over the last 4 days in practice, just on the defensive end, pressuring the ball in the half court, the full court, and really just trying to own that side of the ball. I think, you know, the big takeaway from the first 6 games of the season here is if we can kind of use that 45-point mark as kind of our defensive token, we're going to be in a lot of games. When we let teams surpass 50, I think that it just gets a lot tougher for us, and then we've got to really stress our offense. And, you know, there's going to be nights where that's just not there, but if we can defend really well, we feel good about, you know, being in all of our games going forward. And so just really trying to stress the defensive end right now.
And now having a week to prepare for a game in the middle of the season, that doesn't happen much. How do you try and take advantage of these extra practices?
Kind of like I, just said, a lot of just defense, full court and in the half court, looking at some different things, talking through screens, pressuring the ball. We've really, really emphasized pressure this week and just starting there. I think that makes post entries tougher. It keeps shooters out of rhythm. And by the end of a game, you know, when you consistently have to, when we make a shot and you know that now you've got to go and have a defender in your face all 94 feet, that just gets tiring for girls. And so we want to make sure that, you know, we give ourselves those opportunities. And if that allows us to get, 5 or 6 steals throughout the course of a game, that's a big win for us.
And now your next opponent, the Watertown Arrows. Your thoughts on this one?
You know, they defend really hard and they get out and pressure us. And so we've got to just use each other to relieve the pressure on the offensive end. And they put a lot of guards on the floor. And so we like, again, when we've got matchups where it's guards on guards, that's a really good matchup for us. And so it's just about owning our individual matchup and taking care of everybody on the floor and just treat everybody like a shooter and everybody like a driver. Just really good fundamental defense. And then if you're not on the ball, you're doing a great job being in a gap or in help side. And so we pressure the ball individually, but we defend it as a team.
And kind of looking back here at your schedule up to this point, it has not been an easy one. Only one team that you have played so far has a losing record. How does that end up benefiting your team by playing some of those best teams right out of the gates?
Yeah, I think it exposes our biggest weaknesses early and gives us a larger margin to now have to work on those things before we hit some stretches where we feel like we can really go and feel good about a lot of matchups going forward. And I think we've seen plenty of really good things in those competitive matchups, and against those really good teams, we've been able to see bright spots in every one of those games. But also, it exposes your weaknesses, and now we feel like we've got more time to really focus and hone in on some of those important details going forward for the rest of the season.
And talking about improvement, is there one aspect of the game that you really feel your team has improved on a lot from game one until now?
I think I've been really impressed, again, just watching our film and going back offensively. I think that the ball movement has been really good, and we've been getting good shots. If we think back to last year, I think that we fell into some one-on-one basketball quite a bit. That has not been the case this year. I think we've found a lot of really good open shots. It's just a matter of us continuing to find them in rhythm and from places that allow us to make them at a high percentage. But, when I look back at film and I see us getting really good shots, that gives me a lot of confidence because I know that this is a team that can get hot and start to make a lot of those just as easily as miss.
Well, Coach, appreciate the time. Good luck in this one.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Again, that was head coach Blake Savvy of the Yankton Gazelles on our Coaches Conversations. Coming up, national anthem, starting lineups, and tip-off on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Floor Tech Cleaning and Restoration in Yankton, Mitchell, and Norfolk and surrounding areas is the call you need to make when you need your carpets, ductwork, or a trauma cleanup. With 24-hour emergency services for fire and water, mold mitigation, and reconstruction services for residential and commercial properties. Locally owned and operated at 220 East 3rd Street in Yankton.
When your home or floor is wet, call Floor Tech.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
Slumberland Furniture at 2401 Broadway in Yankton, home of Kirkland Furniture Groups, bedroom groups by Laguna, and dining sets by Tower and Catadel. They're also the only place to offer furniture by Flex Steel and the biggest selection of Lazy Boy in the area. The Mattress Gallery is full of the best brand name mattresses in the business, including the all-new Tempur-Pedic Active Breeze personalized climate-controlled mattress. Slumberland Furniture, dining, bedroom sets, and mattresses in Yankton.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
My name is Taylor Reining, and at Elkhorn Valley Bank and Trust, there really is a difference. So Elkhorn Valley Bank is different from other institutions because we value our customers and we want them to feel valued. Our customers will walk in the door and we'll greet them by name. We know who their kids are, we know what their background is, we can ask them how things are going, and we pick up where we left off from the last time that they were in. Elkhorn Valley Bank, great for you, great for your community.
And again, you just heard from head coach Blake Savvy of the Gazelles on our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. Anytime Fitness Yankton, let's make healthy happen. So we are just getting to the closing moments of the sophomore game on the floor right now. And it's closing up, getting a little closer now, down to a single-digit deficit for the sophomore Gazelles as they trail 30-21. Watertown just turned the basketball over, so who knows? We might have a good one cooking up right before the varsity Gazelles take to the floor. But again, game was set for 6 o'clock. It's 5:55 right now. We're probably looking a little closer to 6:15 to maybe 6:20 on start time. But either way, happy to be here. Friday Night Lights and inside at the Yankton Summit Center, where the Gazelles and Bucks host the Watertown Arrows. Again, coming into this one, Yankton 1-5 on the season. Watertown 1-6, both looking for that win number 2. Gazelles were last in action last Friday. Again, they fell to Mitchell, the Colonels. The final score 55-37. Let's take a look at the numbers and the stats from that game. Kelson Wells in that one, 2 assists. Now, she did exit early from that one, was a little banged up after the game. So 2 assists from her. Jocelyn Elwood with 2 points, 1 rebound, and an assist. Leading the way in scoring was Eden Wolfgram. She got double digits and was the lone Gazelle in double-digit scoring. And she got 10 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals. Nora Kraske hit a couple of three-pointers, ended up with 9 points, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Berkeley Olson off the bench with a rebound and a steal. Jordan Cooter tied for second most scoring with Nora Kraske. They both had 9. Cooter also had 2 rebounds. September Rao in that one with 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Sabrina Kraske off the bench late in the game had a 3-pointer and it recorded exactly 3 points. Brenna Elwood had a rebound, an assist, and a steal. And Olivia Woods with 1 assist. We also saw Madeline Tarashinsky and Addison Muth on the floor. Did not record a stat, though. 38 seconds to go in the sophomore game. It's 31-21. Watertown leads and with the basketball. So looking like the sophomore Arrows are going to come away with a victory here tonight. And then it'll be warm-up for the varsity action. Then after that, we'll have national anthem starting lineups and more to come here. But again, the Gazelles looking to bounce back after a loss to the Mitchell Colonels. A look at the prep poll as well as the Power 5 poll right now, as again, no change from what we saw earlier with the Bucks this week, as it is they come out late Monday. In girls AA right now, ranked number 1 and was number 1 last week, as well as Brandon Valley with Bishop O'Gorman in second, and no change there either. Sioux Falls, Washington stays in the 3 spot. Aberdeen Central stays in the 4 spot, and T-Area was in the 5th spot last week and is for this week as well. Also receiving votes on the South Dakota Media Prep Poll is Rapid City Stevens. But again, really no changes from the 1 to 5 position, and feeling like we maybe have a pretty good feel for what a lot of these teams bring to the table right now. Over to the South Dakota Power 5 poll. Brandon Valley in first with O'Gorman in second. Sioux Falls, Washington in third. Aberdeen Central in fourth. And the only difference here is in fifth on the Power 5 poll is Rapid City Stevens with T-Area receiving votes. So it kind of feels like there's a pretty concise top 6 teams in girls AA right now. And we'll just see as the season goes if anything changes with that. But again, that is your South Dakota Media Prep poll and your Power 5 poll. As the sophomore girls have exited the floor, the buzzer has sounded, and officially going to start with warm-ups here for varsity action. We're about 15 minutes away on that. Couple of players to keep an eye on out for with the Watertown Arrows. Leading the way in scoring for the team is senior guard Kinsey Russell. Russell wears number 42. She's also got 25 rebounds on the season, which does lead her team, and 9 assists. That is good for third of the Watertown Arrows. Jordan Remmer's another name to look out for, a junior guard at 5'7". 6.8 points per game for her, and she trails by only 1 rebound to lead the team. She's at 24 and 8 assists. And the third and final player I would say to keep an eye on out for the Watertown Arrows would be Lily Mack, another junior guard. 5'6" she stands at, 6.2 points per game, 10 rebounds, and 12 assists on the season. She'll be wearing number 5. This is a very guard-heavy team. looking at the starting lineup even for Watertown, which we will get to as we near closer and closer to tip-off. But for the Watertown Arrows, only one player in their starting 5 even listed as a forward. The rest are listed at a guard. And you earlier heard Coach Savvy talking about that, as the Gazelles are exactly the same way. They are a very guard-heavy team. If you look at their roster in its entirety, only 5 of the players are listed as forwards. Everyone else listed as a guard, and Coach Savvy was pretty happy with the idea of getting to face off against a guard-heavy team, because that means you just have to win your matchup. Your guards against guards. If you can win your one-on-one matchups, you should be looking pretty good. There's not that one really tall, dominant player down low where you might have to double up, which leads to open looks. It's going to be more of, I wouldn't be shocked to see if both teams start out running a man-to-man defense to get this one rolling. Of course, you got to do what's working in the game, and there very well could be lots of changes in halftime. But a man-to-man wouldn't be the worst idea on these squads. Both are going to be looking to push the pace as well and run quickly, and that's really where Yankton's week-long rest is going to come into play. They haven't played since last Friday. They've had some practices to really iron some things out and really some rest, because even though you give 100% in practice, it's just not quite the same as game-time action. So for these Gazelles, if this is going to be an athletic game where they are running a lot, that should favor Yankton here tonight. We'll continue our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show when we return. You're tuned in to Bucks and Gazelles basketball, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank Yankton, and it's on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
And back on our Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show, the Gazelles to host the Watertown Arrows here at the Yankton High School Gymnasium, otherwise known as the Summit Activity Center Gym. And for the Gazelles, looking for win number 2, so are the Watertown Arrows. For both of these two, feels like a big game for whoever comes out on the winning side. As right now, if the season were to end today, the Gazelles are, well, in that SODAC 16, maybe are, maybe not. It would come down to a tiebreaker as they're tied for that 16th seed. For Watertown, they're right below at that 18 seed. A win might propel you to have sole ownership of that 16, maybe jump up to the 15th or even 14th. Earlier, looking at the seed points, Yankton is only about a quarter of a seed point away from around that 14th, 15th seed. And then if you have some winnable games coming up, you feel like maybe you can build on something, get a little bit of mid-season momentum going, and try to avoid one of those top 4 teams in AA. As I kind of mentioned earlier, we feel like we've got the top 6 teams in girls AA ironed out pretty well. Now, there is a difference between the top 2 to 3 teams in girls AA to the 4, 5, and 6 teams in AA. And if the season ends, there's just a few teams you don't want to see. For Yankton, that's probably Brandon Valley, and Sioux Falls O'Gorman would be the number 1 and number 2 that you're not going to want to see in action. Now, Aberdeen Central, definitely one of the top teams as well. The Gazelles played them pretty decent. Unfortunately for them, the Golden Eagles just shot lights out from three-point range. After the first quarter, they were pacing to score 92 points in that one in Aberdeen. Now, they greatly cooled down after that first quarter, and it ended up being a pretty back-and-forth game for the remainder, but they just hung on to what ended up being about that 15-ish point lead throughout the game, but the Gazelles certainly were not out of that late into that one. It's time now to take a look at some of the other games going on around the state. We'll start in girls AA. We don't have an update on it, but this game was set to start at 5:30. Sioux Falls Jefferson against the number 3 ranked Sioux Falls Washington Warriors. Sioux Falls Washington at 7-1, Jefferson 3-4. Again, it was supposed to start about 35 minutes ago. No update, so not sure if there's just not an update or if it truly hasn't started. Here tonight, Watertown Yankton, we're probably looking at about 10 minutes away from tip-off here tonight. Mitchell will travel into Brookings to take on the Bobcats. Mitchell 5-3 now, and Brookings 1-4. Brookings, a team that is coming up later down on the Gazelles season. Sioux Falls Lincoln will travel into Huron and take on the Tigers at Huron Arena. Sioux Falls Lincoln looking for their first win of the season. Gazelles beat them in their first game of the season. And for Huron, they will play shortly in Huron. That was a game that was postponed. It was supposed to be their second game of the season, but due to bad weather earlier in the year, it did get pushed back. In boys AA, 2 Sioux Falls teams going at it as the Jefferson Cavaliers don't travel very far to take on the Washington Warriors. Jefferson with a 2-3 record. They just haven't gotten many games in yet. And for Washington, 2-6 to open their season. This is a game to keep an eye on. T-Area, who's receiving votes, travels to take on Sioux Falls Roosevelt, who's ranked at number 2 on the South Dakota Media Prep Poll. And now both teams 7-1, so that feels like almost a clash of the Titans, no pun intended, with the T-Area Titans. And then another good game, the number 1 ranked Sioux Falls Lincoln Patriots, who are 8-0. They're going to be number 1 ranked until they lose this year, I'll tell you right now. But they are hosting the Huron Tigers, who are 6-2. We just saw the Bucks play Huron, and the thing about Huron is, even if maybe you might be a better team, Huron's got an unbelievable size advantage in every game with a player at 6'8", a player at 6'10", and then multiple players 6'5", one at 6'6". I mean, that can keep you in any game, and a South Dakota State commit, that should be a very good game. Mitchell will travel into Brookings to take on the Bobcats. Mitchell, a team receiving votes at their 4-3 record. Brookings looking for their first win, 0-5. The Bucks will play them late in the season this year. And then in the final action listed tonight, of course, the Watertown Arrows have traveled in to take on the Yankton Bucks. Watertown 7-1, Yankton 1-6. Of course, we'll have a lot more on that when we get between games into our next pregame show for the Bucks. It's always a quick post-game show when you've got the doubleheader where you get in the quick closing stats as well as the hot hands of the game that are brought to you by Kaiser Heating and Cooling. But you managed to squeeze it in anyway. So that's what's going on around the state. And we didn't touch the polls for the boys, so we'll go over that since we've got some time here. Starting with the South Dakota Media Prep Poll in boys AA. Again, number 1, Sioux Falls Lincoln. They're going to be there until they lose. They're 8-0 to start the week. Sioux Falls Roosevelt in the number 2 spot at 6-1. Last week were 3. Harrisburg makes the jump from 5 last week into 3rd this week. 4-2 they open the week with their record up. Spearfish has held the number 4 spot, and Huron fell from number 2 to number 5. Also receiving votes on the South Dakota Media Prep Poll, Mitchell, T-Area, and Watertown. To the South Dakota Power 5 poll, again, Sioux Falls Lincoln at number 1, Sioux Falls Roosevelt at number 2. They've got Huron at number 3, whereas the prep poll has them at 5. Harrisburg in 4th. On the prep poll, it's 3rd. And then Spearfish is in 5th on the Power 5 poll. They're 4th in the media prep poll. Also receiving votes for the Power 5 poll is T-Area, Watertown, and Mitchell. And kind of the surprising thing is the South Dakota Power 5 poll maybe would favor the West River teams more frequently, and the media prep poll would favor the East River teams, as that's more where the media panelists or analysts are from, or maybe voting on some of these. That's kind of how it's been. But it's the reverse for this week, as Power 5 actually has Spearfish down to 5, and Spearfish is 4th on the media prep poll. So just kind of an interesting thing there. We've got about 2.5 minutes left of warm-ups here as the Watertown Arrows in their all-purple jersey and shorts trimmed out in gold. And for the Gazelles, they'll be in their home white jersey and shorts trimmed out in red. We'll take our final break of our pregame show and be back for National Anthem, starting lineups, tip-off, and more. I'm Zach Spear alongside Eve Hawley, and stay tuned for some great basketball.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
As we continually strive to improve the quality of service we provide the Yankton community, the Garden of Memories Cemetery and Winston Ray Funeral Home are pleased to announce the completion of a brand new columbarium. This columbarium is constructed of granite, designed to withstand the test of time. It is for those families choosing cremation and features above-ground outdoor niches, which includes a bronze plaque to memorialize your loved one, as well as indoor glass front niches where families can create a unique memorial with pictures or other family heirlooms. For more information, please give us a call at the Winston Ray Funeral Home in Yankton.
And it's just about basketball team time here at the Summit Activity Center for the Yankton Gazelles, who host the Watertown Arrows in the first game of a doubleheader here in Yankton. The pep band playing the fight song, and well, no, that might be a recording. I don't see the pep band here tonight, and so we'll see how the national anthem, if we've got a singer or a pre-recorded version. Either way, we always love to keep it live here for the national anthem to honor our country in both Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. The flag has been put on now to the big screen, and it is time for your national anthem here on the floor.
Sings our national anthem. All veterans and out-of-uniform military personnel may salute the flag. Oh, say, can you see
And again, you just heard the national anthem performed here on the floor by, didn't catch the last name, Brianna, a Yankton high schooler, singing the national anthem. Did a great job. And on the floor here, it's time for your starting lineups, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling anytime, any day. We start with the visiting Watertown Arrows. Junior guard number 4, averaging 5 points per game nearly, Andy Olson. Another junior guard, 6.2 points per game, 12 assists on the year. Number 5, it's Lily Mack. 5'7" junior guard yet again, number 12 with 7 points a game and 24 rebounds, Jordan Remmers. Senior forward, 5'9", with 20 rebounds on the year, number 20, Ellie Thury. And to round off the Arrows starting lineup, senior guard, 7.7 points per game, the rebounding leader with 25 this year, number 42, Kinsley Russell. The Arrows are coached by Chad Rohde and currently sit with a 1-6 record on the season. It's now time to meet your Yankton Gazelles starting lineup, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion.
Jocelyn Elwood, number 5, guard.
Eden Wolfgram, number 10, guard.
Nora Krasky, number 11, guard. Jordan Kudera, number 13, guard.
September Rao, 21, guard.
And back to the floor as they're announcing the starting lineups on the floor. You might have noticed the Gazelles with a change-up in the starting lineup for the first time of the year, as Jordan Kudera, the freshman guard, will be starting in place of Kelson Wells for Yankton. Now, it's not a just straight change for the reason of change. Kelson Wells, as I mentioned, got banged up a little bit in the last game. She will not be suiting up for tonight, so we won't see her off the bench either. But Jordan Kudera, she has been a bright spot for this Gazelles team off of the bench. As a freshman guard, 6 points a game, 2 rebounds, just shy of 1 assist per game, and 1 steal per game. She's really that spark plug off the bench for Yankton. We'll see how she does when she's plugged into the starting lineup here tonight, and it will be her first official varsity start for the Yankton Gazelles. Again, Yankton in their home white jersey and shorts, that's trimmed out in all red. And for the Watertown Arrows, purple jersey and shorts trimmed out in gold. As it's basketball time here on Classic, it's 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in tonight. I'm Zach Spear alongside Eve Hawley, helping out with camera and operating our stream. 2 games tonight, and we are just about to get the first one started and underway. As always, September Rao will do the jumping for the Gazelles. She'll be across from senior forward for the Arrows, Ellie Thury. Thury listed at 5'9". Now, Watertown is without their tallest player, Malia Kranz. And the ball is up, tipped, and it'll favor Yankton. The Gazelles will have their first opportunity here, moving right to left as you watch it on Yankton streaming on YouTube. On the near side corner, Kudera moves it up to Nora Krasky. Krasky gets stopped before she finds Kudera in the lane, dishes it out. Wolfgram brings it in, splits the defenders, goes up for the layup and is fouled. Eden Wolfgram a chance for the game's first points. Another thing I want to point out is Coach Savvy talked about one of the biggest improvements for this Gazelles team is the ball movement and a little bit less of that one-on-one play, that hero ball that we might have seen a little bit more last season. Wolfgram sinks the first of 2. On the second, also good, and the Gazelles off to a 2-0 lead, only about 20 seconds into this one. But again, this Gazelles team moves the ball a lot better than what we've seen in the past, and it leads to good looks. Gazelles with some full court pressure, causes a bobble. Thury was able to recover but missed the layup. Now a fight for the rebound. It goes out of bounds, and last touch by the Arrows. That one gets quite a reaction from the crowd. And now, well, it sounded like the reaction came from, now they're going to officially signal it's from Watertown. I was going to say, I'm surprised the Yankton crowd's unhappy with getting the ball back. I do think it was off of Nora Kraske, though, and Watertown will inbound it here to Kinsey Russell. Russell works against Kraske, and she'll give it up Lily Mack. Andy Olson with it, brings it up towards the top, way downtown, as the Gazelles have not allowed them to bring it within the perimeter. Jordan Remmers tries to work it, nearly lost it, dishing it down low now. Back out, 13 seconds to shoot for the Arrows. A shot is up, good, count the foul for Kinsey Russell. Kinsey Russell, the leading scorer for the Arrows. And she has 2 points, a chance to take the first lead of the night for Watertown as September Rao picks up her first personal and the team's first overall. Free throw, nothing but net. 1 minute into this one in the first quarter. It's 3-2 Watertown leads. Wolfgram able to break the full court press we see from the Arrows. Again, we are seeing man-to-man defense, and we're seeing a lot of trying to run the ball. Rao into Wolfgram, short on the three-point attempt. Up ahead, Watertown moves quickly. They move it out to Russell, tries bringing it into the lane. She gets cut off. A three attempt on the other side, bounces off the front iron. The kind iron bounces in. 6-2, Watertown leads. Kudera hands it off Wolfgram. She gets doubled baseline, splits through the defenders, but her pass right into the hands of Jordan Remmers, who takes it the other way. The Arrows with it, a chance to expand on their lead. They're up 4 points here early in the first quarter. Lily Mack brings it to the free throw line, dishes it out. Now driving with it, Andy Olson fouled on her attempt. Watertown the early advantage, and they look good to start this one. Jordan Kudera will pick up her first personal, team second. 3 total fouls between the two squads so far here tonight. First free throw rattles in for Andy Olson. Olson, the second half of 2, is up and good as well. No missed free throws to start this one. We've already seen 5 free throw attempts within the first 2 minutes of action here tonight. 8-2, Watertown leads the Gazelles under 6 minutes to play. Kudera gives it up to Wolfgram. Pump fakes, then brings it baseline. She gets cut off. Up top, Elwood finds an open Kudera. Swishes in the three. Jordan Kudera gets her first score as a starter, and she's on the board with 3, brings it back to a 1-possession game. Watertown, a great play to get an open bucket from Ellie Thury, and a timeout called by Coach Savvy. It's a Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break for the Gazelles. Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton, locally owned for 4 generations. Call them for water softening and purification, salt, reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. With it being a 30-second break, we will just keep it here. As of 2.5 minutes into the first quarter, Watertown has doubled up the Gazelles with a score of 10-5, 5:31 to play in the first quarter. That last bucket was the Yankton Gazelles with full court pressure, only left 1 defender even on the defensive half of the court. And Watertown was able to break it up quite easily and get Ellie Thury an easy 2 right under the basket. Yankton back to work on offense. They move it. Wolfgram crossing the timeline. Her pass deflected, but does find its way over to September Rao. Rao, a nice crossover, brings it on the near side. Kudera now with it, dishes it out Rao. Rao finds some room into the lane, gives it out. Elwood finds an open Kraske. Kraske for 3 off the front iron it goes. That's one of those good looks for Yankton that just doesn't fall, as on the season, they shoot 26% from downtown, 1 of 3 to start this one. On the attempt, no, Kraske pulls it in. That's the first rebound for Yankton all night. Wolfgram, Euro step into the lane, fouled, and she's got more free throws coming up. Again, we've already seen 5 free throw attempts. We'll see number 6 and 7 total in this first quarter. Lily Mack will pick up a foul. Wolfgram, her 3rd attempt, again swishing in a free throw. She's up to 3 points. Her and Kudera make up all 6 for the Gazelles. Wolfgram stays perfect from the line, and she's got all 4 of her points from the charity stripe. Up ahead, the Arrows move it left to right. Nearly a turnover there, but just over the outstretched hand of Wolfgram finds Jordan Remmers. Remmers now kicks it up to the three-point line. Gabby Olson in for Watertown. We haven't seen a sub yet for Yankton, and a quick layup and a Jordan Remmers scores it, has her team back up 5. Wolfgram across the half court. With it, Kudera gets stopped. Bounces it over to Rao. Rao wanted to bring it baseline, was cut off by Kinsey Russell. Her pass up at the elbow, taken the other direction. Andy Olson brings it and pushes the pace quickly. Wants to go coast to coast, she'll do exactly that. 14-7, a 7-point lead here for Watertown. Wolfgram over to Rao. Goes back up, Kudera wants another triple, she's got it! Jordan Kudera, her 2nd triple, and Brenna Elwood is in the basketball game, and she got the assist there. As now, Sabrina Kraske checks in for Yankton, as you just watched a replay brought to you by Yankton Winnelson, 2nd generation, family owned and supporting the local community, including Yankton athletics since 1981. Jordan Kudera already up to 6 points. It's her season average. We're halfway through the first quarter, as she certainly looks the part of a starter on this Yankton squad. Trap defense for Yankton, making things difficult, and somehow that pass gets through. Savvy thought they were out of bounds, but it will stay with the Arrows on offense. Kinsley Russell has it, works against Brenna Elwood. Jocelyn Elwood now on defense against Lily Mack, who gets stopped at the free throw line. The pass down low, batted out of bounds, last touch by the Arrows, and Yankton will take over. Coach Savvy with quite the reaction when he thought that ball went out of bounds. Or I should say the player who had the basketball went out of bounds might have had a case, but from here, that's impossible to tell. 2:53 to go in the first quarter. Gazelles a chance to narrow that 4-point gap. They trail 14-10. Up top, they move it. Sabrina Kraske now with it. Driving with her left hand. Her shot denied down low. Gabby Olson, the junior guard, swatted that one back down. 2:33 to play in our first. Up ahead, Lydia Stemwedel with it. In for the first time for Watertown. Gives it up, Lily Mack now into the lane. Throwing up a shot is Kinsey Russell. And wonder if she was tripped up as she fell to the floor. More free throws. Again, this is the most free throws I think we've seen in the first quarter. It's not like there's that many fouls. They've just all been shooting fouls. First of 2 is good as the foul goes against Jocelyn Elwood. 3 fouls on the Gazelles, all on a different player. Jocelyn takes to the bench. Nora Kraske now on the floor alongside her twin Sabrina Kraske. Gonna mention a few times, but some tennis stars for Yankton. They've pretty much win state every year, it feels like, when they're on the court together. 16-10 after Russell goes 2 for 2 at the free throw line. Wolfgram brings it up ahead. Kicks it to the corner to Kudera. Kudera brings it baseline, left-handed layup, rims around and out. Fight for the rebound, but Russell ends up with it. It's stolen away. Wolfgram has it. Wolfgram steps it back, jumps it in. Eden Wolfgram, a great steal, and scores it to bring the Gazelles back within 4. Full court pressure here now from Yankton. Watertown looking to split it, and a foul going to be called here on Eden Wolfgram. So Wolfgram picks up her first, but the thing is, now one more foul, any more fouls will lead to bonus free throws for the Watertown Arrows, as that was number 4 on Yankton. Watertown moves it left to right. 100 seconds to play in the first quarter. They lead 16-12. Driving with it. Free throw jumper misses short into the hands of Nora Kraske. Yankton with 2 rebounds, and both in the hands of Nora Kraske. Rao, who just checked in place of Wolfgram, is fouled on the layup drive. She's got 2 free throws and a chance for her first points of the night. Free throws could make it a 2-point game. Watertown, after Yankton got that 2-0 lead, Watertown really just took off and has led by 5-7 for most of this first quarter. Yankton chipping away at that as Rao knocks in her first free throw. Yankton now 5 for 5 at the line. It's a team that shoots 59% on the season from the free throw line. And that one left short. That's what you call the broadcaster curse. Perfect from the line, and they miss the next one as Watertown now with it. Stemwedel short on her drive. Ball is knocked out of bounds. It will stay with Watertown. Kudera just couldn't quite get there in time as it bounced out of bounds. Jordan Remmers comes in for Stemwedel for Watertown. Coach Savvy will keep his squad the same. Gabby Olson inbounded for the Arrows. She'll get it in, Jordan Remmers. Ball was bobbled there by Andy Olson, but it will stay with Watertown as Sabrina Kraske all over her on defense. And now an outlet pass here. Kinsey Russell gets it. 20 seconds yet to shoot for Watertown, and a pump fake and drive here. A foul. Shot's no good, but Andy Olson with free throws coming up. And Watertown now in the bonus for the remainder of the quarter. September Rao already with her second personal. First free throw bounces in and out for Andy Olson. And Jocelyn Elwood comes in for Rao. Yankton hoping to see another miss here as we're in our final minute of the first quarter. Of course, tonight we'll have 7 more quarters of play. And the next one misses the rim, but certainly hits the net. It drops. And 17-13, your new score. Up ahead, Yankton with it. It's Jocelyn Elwood at the top of the key. She gets stopped, needs some help. Finds Brenna Elwood, who gets a screen from Rao, gets it right back. Or Kudera, excuse me. Now Nora Kraske driving in the lane, dishes it out. Brenna Elwood, her 3, bounces around and up and out. A great look for Brenna Elwood. That drops a lot when she takes it. 20 seconds to play in the first. No shot clock here. Watertown can take the final shot. Yankton on defense. 17-13, Jordan Remmers with it. Way downtown, has to pick up her dribble. They keep it beyond the perimeter with it. Kinsey Russell drives it baseline, gets cut off up top, and a 3 is blocked by Jordan Kudera. Talk about your first start on varsity. Jordan Kudera, 6 points and a block in the first quarter of action. 17-13, Watertown leads on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
After the first set of action, 17-13 on your Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard finds the Arrows leading this one. They'll start with the basketball as well in the second quarter as that is officially underway. A 4-point lead for the Arrows with the basketball. Lily Mack has it, gives it up Ellie Thury. Thury down low. A shot from Malia Kranz, I believe. Well, that must be number 12. I was going to say I was pretty confident. I was told Kranz would not be in the game. And it wasn't Kranz, it's Jordan Remmers, so excuse me, wrong name there. Ball went out of bounds, and last touch by the Arrows, so a defensive stop for Yankton. Now, Watertown, a team that scores 35 points per game, they are pacing to get 68 in this one. If the game kept on at this pace, they would score 34 by halftime. Ball poked free by the Watertown defense. Yankton keeps possession. Inbound goes to Wolfgram. Wolfgram steps it up to the elbow, lost the basketball, but finds an open Jocelyn Elwood, who buries the mid-range jumper. For this Gazelles starting lineup, 4 of the 5 have scored. A dangerous pass for the Arrows, but it stays with the purple. That pass deflected, bounces around. Arrows lucky to keep that one. Jordan Remmers has it at the arc. Now to Kinsey Russell. Russell nearly had the ball poked free. She finds a cutter and Remmers settles for a jumper, no. Wolfgram pulls in her first rebound, blows by the 2 defenders. Yankton wants to move it quickly. Brenna Elwood with it on the far side, corner 3. Yankton a chance to tie or take the lead. All the way cross court to Jordan Kudera. Kudera out to Wolfgram. Doesn't take the screen, instead takes the 3. It's blocked, goes out of bounds. Great defensive effort for Jordan Remmers as that would have taken the lead for the Gazelles, who haven't led since it was 2-0. Up top, Kudera for the tie, left it short. Arrows get a stop and look for their first score here in the second quarter. An open 3 for Lily Mack off the back iron it goes. Yankton a sigh of relief as that one doesn't go in. Up ahead on the floor, Wolfgram gets fouled. It's our first of the second quarter, goes against Watertown. So Jordan Remmers picks up her second, something to keep an eye on here in this one. Beyond the perimeter, Wolfgram has it, brings it up to the top. Now tries dishing out, ball knocked out of bounds by Andy Olson. Defense on both sides is locked down right now on this possession. Credit to this Watertown defense. As a timeout called, looks like Coach Savvy of the Gazelles called it. It's another Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton Water break, and we'll take the break this time when we return. 17-15 Gazelles trail.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Raven Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Raven Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Raven Books, where every book finds a home.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
6:08 to play in our second quarter. Gazelles trail 17-15. They've got possession of the basketball as well. They quick get it into Brenna Elwood. Wolfgram now brings it towards the top of the key. Dishes it out, a high pass, but Kudera able to rise up and grab it. Elwood for the lead, the triple short. Ball goes out of bounds. We'll stay at 17-15 on the Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. The Fox Stop at the corner of West City Limits Road and 30th Street, Yankton, a full-service convenience store with hot food, Godfather's Pizza, personal pizza, sandwiches, munchies, and beverages. Pay at the pump, gas and diesel fuel, firewood, and propane exchange. Watertown on offense. Thury works against Kraske. Kraske got a hand on it. Wolfgram will be credited with the steal, but the play definitely being forced by Kraske. Open triple. This time for the lead is in. Jocelyn Elwood buries it, and they'll give her just 2. Must have just had her foot on the line, but the Gazelles have knotted this one up at 17 apiece. The Arrows still looking for their first score here of the second quarter. Yankton's defense really playing well. A good look there for Russell, just didn't get it to drop. Ball knocked out of bounds, and Yankton with possession in a tie ball game. Sabrina Kraske checks in for Jordan Kuderer, getting more playing time than what we're used to seeing her. And again, that's kind of filling in for Kelson Wells, who we won't see tonight. But Sabrina Kraske, that is a scrappy player, her and her sister Nora, as that ball batted around. Kinsey Russell's going to pick it up for a steal for the Arrows. Wants to drive it, dishes it out, an open look for 3. Lily Mack, no. Wolfgram, rebound number 2. Brings it up the floor, tries to slow things down with some moves, has a defender all over her, and picking up the foul is going to be Lydia Stemwedel. Up until that point, Stemwedel was playing some really tight, good defense on Wolfgram, but got a little aggressive and will be called on the wraparound reach as Berkeley Olson checks in for the first time of the night for Yankton, and to the bench moves Brenna Elwood. Yankton, 4:30 to play in the first half. It's tied up at 17 each. Elwood gives it up to Sabrina Kraske, a dangerous pass, but does get in to Nora. Now Wolfgram right back out. Nora for a 3-point lead. That one off the front iron. Berkeley Olson, though, what an offensive board. Just an effort play by Berkeley there. Same spot for Kraske. Buries the triple this time. Nora Kraske has scored, and now every Yankton starter is on the board with points as Yankton takes the first lead since they led 2-0. It's 2017. Watertown trying to answer and get something rolling here. Layla Meester with it, picked up her dribble, gives it up. Kinsey Russell, the senior guard, wants to work it down low, gets cut off on the baseline. Just looking for anyone to help her out here. Dishes it out, Stemwedel. Stemwedel, the mid-range jumper, no. Wolfgram wants to move it quickly the other direction, gets some contact, and the foul will be on Watertown. And on the floor right now is Lily Mack. That was a hard collision as Wolfgram had a full head of steam and knocked Mack to the floor as Mack is able to get up. Wolfgram's going to take to the bench. Jordan Kuderer, September Rao, and Brenna Elwood all check in for Yankton. And the good news is Lily Mack was able to get up and trot over to the bench on her own. So more likely than not, we'll see her in the game. She just might need a little bit of a breather here. Couple of subs in for Coach Rohde and the Arrows as well. Rao inbounding for Yankton, gets it in. Berkeley Olson now right back to Rao on the far side corner 3, a moon ball, and just put a little too much on it. Had a defender right in her face. Again, the confidence for September Rao is always there. Arrows now work it. They move it down low. Layla Meester almost gets the circuit shot to drop. Offensive rebound, second attempt, no good, and it's pulled in by the Gazelles. Jordan Kuderer moves it the other direction. Yankton moves it quickly. Berkeley Olson has it poked free. Last touch there by Andy Olson, and it stays with Yankton. For the first time, we see Emmy Berglund check in for Watertown, a sophomore guard, averaging just over 1 point per game. Under 3 minutes to play. Down low, Yankton moves it. Berkeley Olson had a good look. Not sure if she thought maybe there was going to be contact, kind of braced for it, but sent it too high. Arrows looking to capitalize. They have not scored within 5.5 minutes of this second quarter. Driving with it, Andy Olson swings it out. Now Gabby Olson right back to Andy Olson. the floater, and the Watertown Arrows have scored for the first time here in the second quarter of action. 20-19, Yankton a 1-point lead. Rao with it, gives it to Kraske. Kraske all the way across the court, and a three-point attempt short there from Jordan Kudera. Just barely grazed the rim there. Into the hands of the Arrows as Kinsey Russell moves it quickly. Gabby Olson to give the Arrows the lead, a swish from downtown. The Arrows back on top, and we've got ourselves a back and forth game rolling here. This one is gonna be fun. Now the answer three from Kraske, no, but Rao gets the rebound, and they're gonna say she's fouled on the floor. A great effort there by Yankton and specifically September Rao to keep it alive. Jocelyn Elwood comes in for Yankton. In for the Arrows now is Lydia Stemwedel and Ellie Thury. Inbound, barely gets it into Rao. It's a good thing she's an athlete. Drives high off the glass, no. Coach Savvy wants the foul, he's not gonna get it. Arrows move it quickly. Andy Olson with it, gives it up. Now it's Layla Meester. Lots of ball movement on this drive before driving and taking the shot is Stemwedel. She's fouled. That's gonna be the first foul on Yankton in this second quarter. And it goes against Nora Kraske, her first. Meester on the first of, it's Lydia Stemwedel, 14 rather than number 24. Stemwedel, her first score of the night. The second of two, no good, so we remain at a one-possession game. She gets her own rebound. Her pass deflected out by Rao. Not often do you see the free throw shooter get their own rebound, but that's exactly what Lydia Stemwedel just did. Here in the second quarters, 23-20, Watertown leads. The scoring has certainly slowed down as the teams were both pacing above their season average. Now kind of back to what is usual as a timeout called by Coach Rohde of the Arrows. A 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
78 seconds left to play here in our first half of action. 23-20, Watertown leads the Yankton Gazelles. They also have possession. This one very well could come down to the final shot. You're going to want to keep it here for halftime. It'll be our Vichay Yankton halftime show. During that, we have our halftime Beyond the Game brought to you by Kalen's Indoor Comfort, Heating and Air Conditioning, and then halftime stats and what to expect change-wise from each of these teams. They have ran a lot of man-to-man defense and ran the floor quickly as expected. A short floater, no good. Kudera pulls it in, and she's fouled. That's foul number 5 on Watertown, and bonus free throws coming up for Yankton. Stemwedel picks up her second, and Yankton now in the bonus for the second quarter. Jordan Kudera takes to the line. Again, just an impressive game for her starting. She's pretty much got everything that she's averaged this season, and it's not even halftime. She knocks the first of 2 free throws down. Again, this year she averaged 6 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal. Right now, 7 points, 2 rebounds, and a block. Kudera for 8, sent it too high. Watertown brings it in. It stays a 2-point difference. 63 seconds to play in the second quarter. An open look, A deep shot, couldn't tell if it was a three or not. Doesn't matter, it's no good as Elwood brings it in. Lofts it up ahead, through the hands and off of the head of Jordan Kudera, as that one kind of an unforced turnover by Yankton, and then a foul as they were trying to, got a little aggressive on the defensive side. They wanted to make up for that mistake. They foul instead. Now it's on Brenna Elwood, only her first. Second of the quarter, really not a big deal here for Yankton. If you're going to get a foul, that was not a bad time to get one. Watertown will stay with it, a 2-point lead as they look to extend it heading into our halftime break. Kinsey Russell drove with it, dished it out. Ellie Thury, a great look from downtown, but she just couldn't quite get it to drop. Wolf Graham wants to bring it the other way quickly. Now she'll slow things down as there is no shot clock. Yankton a chance for the final shot. And if we get a buzzer beater, that means it's either tied or Yankton takes the lead into half. A big shot coming up. Wolfgram dribbling near the Yankton Y. The 10-second mark is usually when a play develops. They'll start at about 12 here. Wolfgram splits through the defender. She's going to be fouled and more free throws. Watertown probably a little unhappy with that foul. That's number 6 already in the quarter against them, as Gabby Olson will pick up her first. Wolf Graham misses the first of 2. So even if she makes this next one, Watertown will have the lead. Next one is good, and we've got a 1-point game. Olson, Berkeley Olson that is, checks in for Wolfgram. Watertown with 7 seconds now. Full court pressure for Yankton as it's batted out of bounds. Last touch by Jocelyn Elwood, but it's important because it takes a second off of the clock here. Now it's only 6 seconds for the Arrows to bring it all the way around. Kinsey Russell brings it in. Breaks that full court pressure, swings it across. They get the shot off at the buzzer. Andy Olson knocks it in for 3 and puts her team up 4 as we enter Arvishay Yankton halftime. 26-22, Watertown leads on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. We've got a great game on your hands. You'll want to keep it here as we'll have your halftime stats, your game trends, and your halftime beyond the game all coming up on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal substation, take and bake for breakfast and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers 2 menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
Now time for the Vishay Yankton Halftime Show. Vishay, define the world's future. Vishay electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vishay, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
As we enter our Vishay Yankton halftime show, it's 26-22. Gazelles trailing the Watertown Arrows. It's been a good game as Watertown led for a good majority of that first half. And then midway through the second quarter, Yankton stormed back in, took the lead. And then Watertown with a triple took that right back, currently finding themselves up 4 points. Both teams looking for their second win of the season here tonight. Your halftime stats for Yankton: Jocelyn Elwood with 4 points, 1 rebound, and an assist. Eden Wolfgram with 7 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Nora Kraske with 3 points and 2 rebounds. Jordan Cooter has 7 points, 2 rebounds, and a block. And September Rao has a point and a rebound. That is for your starters for Yankton. Coming off the bench, Berkeley Olson with 1 point. And Brenna Elwood, 1 rebound, 1 assist. We have also seen Sabrina Kraske in the game off the bench for Yankton. Just have not seen a stat recorded, but we will probably see. Again, we saw more of her in that absence of Kelson Wells, who's not suited up to play today. So Cooter then steps into that starting position, and it feels like now the minutes usually Cooter would get kind of have now belong to Sabrina Kraske in this one. For the Watertown Arrows leading the way, it really feels like Kinsey Russell has been the leader of the team so far, the senior guard. She does lead the team in scoring on the season, has in the game here tonight. Another player, though, we've been saying a lot, Jordan Remmers, as well as Andy Olson, who's up to 10 points already. Andy Olson, double-digit scoring. She leads the entire game and, again, closed out that first half with a buzzer beater. That gives your team just a little bit of extra momentum heading into the half. Again, it's 26-22, Watertown leading this one. And now time for your Kalen's Indoor Comfort Heating and Air Conditioning halftime beyond the game. When you want comfort, you want Kalen's. So also today was the Varsity Invitational at Sioux Falls Lincoln High School. That was the Silver Bowl, as that took place today. Also will be taking place tomorrow on Saturday, as well as the high school all-state band auditions at Augustana at 8:15 in the morning. Nothing going on for the school on Sunday. Monday sees some gymnastics. And then into Tuesday, well, not surprisingly, we've got some basketball, wrestling, as well as a high school choir booster club meeting at the high school chorus room, 177. That'll be from 5:30 until 6:30. Nothing listed going on Wednesday, the 21st. And then Thursday, again, more basketball. That will be for middle school. Gymnastics will have JV and varsity duels. Wrestling will be going on. And then elementary parent-teacher conferences. That will be going on at Beadle Elementary School from 4 until 8 o'clock. And then into next Friday, a week out, Bucks and Gazelles both in action, as it will be not a double header. They're going to be split up. Girls take on Sioux Falls Roosevelt in Yankton. Boys will travel to take on Roosevelt. We'll have both games covered on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. And more likely than not, barring any changes or USD basketball interference, the Bucks game also will be on Classic Hits 106.3. Just a couple minutes remain here at our half. When we return, the third quarter on the way. 26-22, Gazelles trail the Arrows as Yankton Athletics presented by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. I'm Zach Spear alongside Eve Hawley. Thanks for tuning in here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District. Through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District, Yankton, for all your gifts and decor needs. It's the only place in town to find both Hallmark ornaments and cards for any occasion. They also have Willow Tree and Precious Moments collectibles, the perfect anniversary and wedding gifts, nativity scenes, Watkins products, and single $1 chocolates. The Yankton Rexall Pharmacy for all your prescription needs. Yankton Rexall at the corner of 3rd and Douglas, downtown Yankton.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism. Toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts on the corner of 15th and Broadway in Yankton. Your full-service flower and gift store. Beautiful fresh flower arrangements to artificial arrangements. Gifts, sympathy, foodie items to snarky gifts. Stop by and let the gals at Pied Piper give you the personal service you deserve. Brighten your day and head to Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, where you'll find something new every time you go. Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts Yankton, they deliver.
As we close out our Shea Yankton halftime show, 26-22, Yankton trails. For Yankton, really felt like just a slow start in that first quarter, and it put them in a deficit that was kind of tough to overcome, but they did come back and take the lead after some better shooting, and that's really kind of been where the Gazelles have struggled a little bit more in tonight's game, is just they've had good looks, but they've just not been falling. Watertown starts with the ball out of the break and a 4-point lead. Third quarter of action officially underway. Jordan Remmers has it, and now a jump ball as Kraske was able to get her hands on it. Yankton forces the stop. What the Gazelles did great was they were able to get, they didn't allow a score until 2.5 minutes left in that second quarter. So the first quarter gave up a lot, they only gave up about 9 points, I believe, in that second quarter. Pass too high for September Rao, taken the other way. Kinsey Russell has to get it by Rao. Rao fouls on the shot attempt. Rao is up to her third foul already in the game, as she's probably going to check out. Brenna Elwood at the scorer's table. That's something to keep an eye on. September Rao, a crucial part of this Gazelles team. Fourth leading scorer as Kinsey Russell misses the first of two. She does check out Brenna Elwood in her place, but as I was saying, fourth most points per game on the team, second most rebounds per game, leads in assists per game, and the second most steals per game. So she's in top 5 of all categories. 0 for 2 at the line. Russell goes. Jordan Kudra, brings it in. Yankton on offense here, as Kudra gives it up. Wolfgram now swings it over to Kraske. At the elbow, Kudra gets it in traffic, kicks it out. Brenna Elwood had a great look from downtown but left it short. And now Gazelles trying to force a turnover. Watertown is able to break. They want to move it up ahead quickly. Russell, her dish out to Lily Mack. A lot on it. Mack took the three, couldn't get it to fall. No score here yet in the second half on either side. Nora Kraske looks to break that, but her triple off the front iron. 90 seconds into our third quarter, score remains the same at 26-22. Andy Olson drives with it for the Arrows, tried taking the bump. It'll be a defensive stop for Yankton. Elwood brought the ball down the floor. Jocelyn Elwood, that is. Now it's in the hands of Brenna Elwood, who will give it up to Wolfgram. Wolfgram sets up for the three, swishes it in. Eden Wolfgram, her first triple of the night. Yankton down one. If you enjoy the content here of Yankton Athletics, you head to Yankton Streaming, our profile, and click the subscribe button as Kinsey Russell, the answer on the other end for three. You'll only be notified when we go live for either live athletic events that I would assume you'd be subscribing for, as well as we do occasionally have an interview with a Yankton Buck or Gazelle that we like to post on Yankton Streaming, but that is all that's on there. Cross court, Kudera swings it. Wolfgram brings it to the baseline and now gets stopped right back to Kudera cross court. Kudera driving, has the ball stripped away in the lane. The Arrows bring it the other direction. Both teams with 3 points here in the third quarter off of three-pointers. Remmers works with it to the top, gets the screen and the switch, but her pass taken the other way. The third steal of the night for Eden Wolfgram. Wolfgram driving with it, fouled, count the bucket, and a free throw coming up. As we've got the replay here brought to you by Yankton Winnelson. As Wolfgram scores the two, gets the foul. Kinsey Russell picks up her first personal. Wolfgram, a chance to once again bring it back within one, and she does that. Her sixth made free throw of the night. She's up to 13 points. Sabrina Kraske in for Nora Kraske for Yankton. So the floor made up of Jordan Kudera, Eden Wolfgram, Sabrina Kraske, as now ball on the floor and a jump. Also on the floor with Yankton, Jocelyn Elwood and Brenna Elwood. Watertown trying to inbound it. It's taken away. Jordan Kudera had it in her hands, but then it was knocked free. They're going to say last touch by Kudera. So she's going to get the steal, but she's also going to get the turnover. And a timeout called by Coach Rohde. A 30-second break will return with a 1-point game in 30 seconds.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, I need your help. I'm in a real pickle.
How can we help? We clean carpets, furnace and duct cleaning, mold remediation, fire restoration, water damage restoration, office cleaning, and much more.
No, Jerry, I'm in a real pickle. I'm stuck and I can't get out. Hang on, I'll send you a pic so you can see what I mean.
Oh my gosh. When you need it clean, call the Intech team, fixing pickles since 1984.
What a game we have here tonight, 29-28. This one definitely looking like extra minutes not out of the picture. Watertown 2 inbound. The Yankton side thought maybe it would be their basketball, but it will be the Arrows. Inbounding it here, Andy Olson lobs it up and does get it in. Falling to the floor now, Jordan Remmers fight for the basketball, and the Watertown Arrows keep it alive. What an effort as Gabby Olson now swings it. Ball was nearly stripped and a foul here on the floor. Jordan Remmers hitting the deck. Jordan Kudera picks up her second foul. Yankton's second team foul of the quarter as well. Inbound gets in Kinsey Russell. Pump faked at the three. Drove. It was a great move. Missed the shot, but now gets her own rebound and does get it up and in. What a play there by Kinsey Russell. Thought she had that first layup, but it looped in and out of the rim. Gets her own rebound, puts her team back up 3. Sabrina Kraske with it for the Gazelles. Drives it to the baseline, a pass that barely gets through, and now a jump ball. Berkeley Olsen had it, as well as Andy Olsen got a hand on it. September Rao is checked back in, and that's with 3 fouls here. Not quite halfway through the third quarter. We'll see how she plays. I mean, she plays an aggressive style of basketball. Inbounds it to Berkeley Olsen. Gets it. Corner 3 off the front iron. Fight for the rebound. Jordan Kudera ends up with it as she's knocked to the ground, and now a travel. Berkeley Olsen is the reason Kudera was able to get that offensive rebound. So kudos to Berkeley Olsen and the extra effort. Unfortunately, Yankton could not capitalize. We stay at 31-28 with Watertown leading at the end one. Driving it and scoring it, Lily Mack, her first score of the night. Nora Kraske comes in place of Jordan Kudera. Lily Mack, a chance to extend this to a 6-point lead, and she does. For Yankton right now, feels like an opportunity. You've just got to settle it down. There's no full court pressure. And now facing a zone defense by the Arrows. Again, we've seen a lot of man-to-man. As now a dish out, Wolfgram, a good look from downtown, another swish! Eden Wolfgram is having a night and heating up here on the floor. It's a 3-point game, and that's exactly what Yankton needed to get a little momentum swinging their direction. Lily Mack on the 3. She answers it right back. Well, as that momentum just maybe Yankton felt like they took some back, Watertown stole it right back. It was a wide open look. Now ball on the floor, a jump ball, and that will give it up to the Arrows here. It's a 6-point lead for Watertown, and now coming in for the Arrows, Emmy Berglund and Jordan Remmers. And Jocelyn Elwood will check in for Berkeley Olsen of the Gazelles. Gabby Olsen to inbound it off of Andy Olsen's fingertips, but ends up with Jordan Remmers. Arrows move it quickly. Remmers gets stopped. No dribble for her. Finds Andy Olsen at the free throw line. Rao got a hand on it. She's able to steal it. Up ahead, moves it. Kraske on the fast break. Layup attempt, fouled on the shot. Rao with her first steal of the night. Averages 1.2. Nora Kraske heads to the free throw line. She's averaging 5 points per game on the year. She's got 3. Should she sink both, she'll be right at that season average. Foul goes against Gabby Olsen. First of 2 free throws, no good for Kraske. The Gazelles started out 5 for 5 at the charity stripe, and since it's been a little bit of a struggle, a team that shoots 59% on the season. Kraske does get the second one to fall. Brings it back within a 5-point game here for Yankton. Aggressive defense, and Sabrina Kraske poked the ball free. It was knocked out of bounds. They'll say Sabrina touched it last. Watertown keeps possession here. 27 to shoot, so plenty of time for their offense to get something set up. Remmers with it on the far side, gets it into Andy Olsen. It was nearly a jump ball, but stripped free by Andy Olsen. A missed 3-point attempt as Elwood brings it in, and now the ball poked free. Wolfgram able to get it. Wolfgram drives it baseline. She is fouled on the shot. More free throws. She has already made 6 tonight. She's 6 of 8. Free throw attempts 9 and 10 coming up. Lily Mack now has picked up her 4th foul in this one. One more and she is fouled out. You've got to imagine she is heading to the bench as Wolfgram makes the first of 2. Mack is on the bench now with Kinsey Russell back in for Watertown. She doesn't sit for long and for good reason. For Yankton, Jordan Kudera checks back in as Wolf Graham bounces around and in. 18 points on the night for Eden Wolfgram. Again, she's had a great night, specifically on the offensive side. Andy Olson able to break that September Rao full court pressure. Kinsey Russell, corner three is up, left it short. Yankton the rebound. They've got a chance here. They trail by 3, and as I just said, feels like they've got to slow things down and try and start chipping away at the lead, and they've done exactly what they've needed to hang right in there with the Arrows. Wolfgram with it, takes the screen, able to split the defenders, a short jumper in the lane. She didn't get it, but able to hit it back out to Kraske. She gave it up. Rao on the hop. She'll be called for a travel. Ellie Thury comes in for the Arrows, and Yankton trailing 3 with 104 seconds to play in our third quarter here. If you know anyone who would like to watch this game, you can certainly share the link. As happy to broadcast all Yankton athletics here on Yankton Streaming on YouTube. Jordan Remmers on the far side here gives it up to Emmy Berglund. Berglund haven't seen a ton from, as now Ellie Thury tries driving at baseline. Pass was tipped but did get through. Andy Olson wants another 3, no. Offensive rebound and into the hands of Berglund. Her first shot attempt no good. Wolfgram up to 5 rebounds on the night now, along with her 18 points. Ball was poked free, and last touch by the Arrows. It'll stay with Yankton. Kinsey Russell hit the deck, but she was able to pop up right away. Brenna Elwood comes in for Rao, who did a nice job not fouling. Her and Lily Mack are the 2 players in the game in foul trouble. But Rao right now with 3, it's feeling less like not that much trouble as Jordan Kudera hit hard on the drive. 2 free throws coming up. This is the most free throws I've seen in a game on either side here. Jordan Kudera now to the line, and the foul goes against Emmy Berglund. It's the Arrows' 4th foul in the quarter. Both teams have been in the bonus once so far in the game, as Kudera no good on the first of 2. Yankton's floor made up of Jordan Kudera, Eden Wolfgram, Brenna Elwood, Jocelyn Elwood, and Nora Kraske. Jordan Kudera, the next, does fall in for her 8th point of the night. Still full court pressure from Yankton, and Watertown does get the inbound in. Now they've got across the half-court line. Kinsey Russell's going to break it herself and bring it all the way down the floor. A minute to play here as now she's fouled. Both teams 1 foul away from reaching bonus here in the third. Nora Kraske picks up her 2nd personal. Inbounding are the Arrows, 58.5 seconds to play in the third quarter of action. A full shot clock for Watertown. Kinsey Russell drives and scores it. Russell has been the leader of the night for Watertown. She's up to 12. Wolfgram with it. Steps it back. Out to the Yankton logo nearing the half-court line. Gives it up Kudera. She gets it right back. Now the screen. Takes it baseline. She's cut off. Dishes it. Jordan Kudera no good on the 3-point attempt. Ellie Thury brought it in for the Arrows. Shot clock has been turned off. A 4-point lead for the Arrows late in the third quarter here. Jordan Remmers trying to shake Nora Kraske. That is no easy task. 16 seconds to play. Kinsey Russell drives into the lane, and she'll be called with a travel as Nora Kraske was trying to take the charge. She hit the floor hard. Lydia Stemwedel checks in for the Arrows. No change for Yankton. 10.5 seconds to play in the third quarter. And Yankton would love to score it heading into our final 8 minutes of play. Wolfgram with it. 3 seconds, drives, floats it up top, somehow scores it! Eden Wolfgram, what a play, as we've got a replay. Have yourself a night, Wolfgram. What a way to score your 20th point of the night. brings it within 2. 39-37, Yankton trails, heading into our final 8 of play here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
At Anytime Fitness Yankton, your fitness journey starts with one step, and Anytime Fitness will be with you every step of the way. Open 24 hours a day with top-of-the-line equipment and guidance you need to reach your goals. Plus, your membership gives you access to every Anytime Fitness gym anywhere. No matter your goals, no matter the time, you belong at Anytime Fitness Yankton. Located at 2509 Fox Run Parkway. Start today at Anytime Fitness, where your fitness journey never stops.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small, just as it should be. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose, a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of choices to make sure you have the perfect coverage to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
8 minutes to play here in Yankton. 39-37, Watertown leads in the fourth quarter. Yankton will start with possession. Inbounding it is September Rao, and Watertown won't force any pressure off of the inbounds. So Jordan Kudera and this Yankton offense back in action and looking to score to tie or either take that or take the lead. Kudera was cut off on the baseline, tried dishing it out to the three-point line, but it was knocked out of bounds. Nice defense there by the Arrows. Rao does get it in. Kudera for the lead. Left it short. September Rao, the offensive rebound, drives with it, finds a seam and ties it up. September Rao, what a second effort for this Yankton offense. Now full court pressure for the Gazelles as Jordan Remmers works against Jordan Kudera. Kudera nearly had it, and now a timeout going to be called by Coach Rohde of the Arrows, thinking it was getting probably close to that 8-second mark, and we'll see. It is a full timeout. We are tied up at 39-39. September Rao was able to get her hands on the offensive rebound, somehow fell into the lane and was able to put it up for 2 and knot things up. This is one that could come down to the final possession. Keep it tuned here. We'll be back before the ball is inbounded on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
"32 seconds into the fourth quarter, and we already had a timeout, and that one called by Coach Rohde of the Watertown Arrows, who have 2 timeouts remaining in the game. Coach Savvy and the Gazelles with 3 remaining, and this just feels like a game the timeouts are probably going to get used. There are Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water breaks. Arrows with possession here. Getting stopped is Remmers. She's able to find Andy Olson. This Yankton defense feels like they are fired up. Kinsey Russell lost possession. Ball's on the floor, up for grabs. Lily Mack just throws it out. Wolfgram got a hand on it, forces the jump ball. There is clearly excitement by this Yankton Gazelles squad on the defensive side of things. It will stay with Watertown, but the possession error will then flip to Yankton on the inbound. Lily Mack gets it into Andy Olson. Only 5 to shoot here for the Arrows. Beyond the three-point line, Andy Olson has it. No shot! Yankton gets the stop. A shot clock violation, and Yankton a chance to take the lead late in this one. We've still got plenty of game time, 7 minutes, but fourth quarter of action, and Yankton a chance to take the lead. Currently 1-5 on the season. looking for win number 2. Rao brings it up the floor. Got the screen, then picked up her dribble. Kudra finds some spacing. Her shot denied. Out of bounds, Andy Olson. What a defensive effort. And that's just great help defense. Andy Olson was not guarding Kudra, but saw that she was going to have a wide open lane and got her hand up just in time. Wolfgram dishes it out. Kudra for 3 off the back iron, but Wolfgram, the offensive rebound, falls to the ground but was able to somehow keep her dribble going. Swings it over. 26 to shoot for Yankton, so plenty of time. Wolfgram in the mid-range. Lofts it up to Kudra. Kudra jab, step, and then tried to bring it up top. Now Wolfgram, corner 3 short. Gets her own rebound. This offensive set stays alive for Yankton. Rao into the lane, high up off the glass, no. Rao would have taken the lead for Yankton, but instead Watertown, Lily Mack on the other end. Her 3 is short. Yankton gets it right back, and Kudra brings it in and is fouled. Kudra with 6 rebounds trails only Wolfgram on her team, who has 7. Kudra 8 points, 6 rebounds. Wolfgram 20 points, 7 rebounds. 6:05 to play in this one. Still tied up at 39 apiece. Yankton on offense. Up ahead, they move it. Kudra. Kudra takes a screen from Jocelyn Elwood. Now the bounce pass out to Rao. Rao had some spacing, but instead gives it up Kraske. Kraske now fouled by the Arrows, and the foul against Kinsey Russell. It's been a pretty foul-heavy game on each side. 2 players with foul trouble. Rao finds a wide-open Kudra for 3 on the inbound. Jordan Kudra takes the lead for Yankton. What a night for your first start. 42-39, Yankton leads in this one. Watertown works it on offense. They look to answer and narrow that gap. Now a foul is going to be called on September Rao, who picks up her 4th. Again, it has been a foul-heavy game on each side. Rao will take to the bench, and Elwood in her place. Brenna Elwood. Again, it's one of those, there's been a lot of fouls called, but it's been pretty even on both sides, so that's all you can ask for. Quick inbound and score for Jordan Remmers. Remmers has her team within 1. That is her 8th points of the night. Jordan Kudra gets fouled right away, this time by Lydia Stemwedel. Now, Watertown already their 3rd foul here of the 4th quarter. Bonus free throws could be the difference of this game. Yankton is nearing bonus. Still would have to get fouled twice to enter bonus. Inbound gets into Wolfgram. Brenna Elwood, right back. Wolfgram, wide open 3, no good, but the only ones anywhere near the offensive board there were 2 Gazelles. Kudra pulled it in, and now Wolfgram drives it, scores it! Eden Wolfgram has taken over this game. Watertown moves it quickly up ahead. Wolfgram with the steal. 4 steals on the night for Eden Wolfgram. A 3-point lead for Yankton. They've got possession. They have not led by more than 3 all game. Wolfgram gets a screen from Brenna Elwood. Step back jumper for Wolfgram. No good, but an offensive board. Second attempt, no good. Fight for the rebound and a jump ball, so it'll stay with Yankton. Lily Mack checks in place of Andy Olson for the Arrows. Yankton keeps possession. The Arrow will flip on the inbound to favor Watertown. Up top, they get it in. Wolfgram, who already has 22 points. She's going to draw a crowd on defense. Behead Kudra, pump fakes the 3, drives with it instead. She's fouled on the shot. Gabby Olson with the foul, and free throws coming up for Yankton. This could be the first time Yankton is led by 2 possessions all game. Gabby Olson, her 3rd personal, team's 4th. All fouls besides possession fouls against Watertown will lead to Yankton free throws. Kudra, the first free throw leaves it short. We remain a 1-possession game. Free throws could just bite Yankton if they don't sink them. Kudera does get the second to fall, though. She's up to 12 points. Ball taken away. Kudera the steal. Yankton the 4-point lead as we cross the 4-minute mark here in the final quarter of play. They lead 4 with the basketball. Wolfgram got stopped on the baseline. Gives it up to Jocelyn Elwood, who brings it to the same location. They swing it. Nora Kraske from downtown off the back iron. Fight for the rebound. Jordan Kudera got a hand on it, but couldn't quite bring it in. Now Yankton will pick up a foul. Now, I haven't kept track of total number of fouls in this game, but there has certainly been plenty. Brenna Elwood gets her second of the night. 2 on Yankton in the fourth. Watertown basketball, they trail 4. Up ahead, Watertown moves it. Ellie Thury to the baseline. Her pass gets up and above. Gabby Olson misses it. Great box out by Yankton. Jordan Kudera the rebound. She's 2 rebounds away from a double-double in her first start of the year. She fell to the floor, but was able to knock it out to Wolfgram. Wolfgram brings it back out, and now she's fouled by Gabby Olson. Olson picks up foul number 4 for her, and free throws coming up for Eden Wolfgram. Eden Wolfgram already 22 on the night, and now both Gabby Olson and Lily Mack for Watertown. 4 fouls in the game. Wolfgram good on the first. That is her 9th made free throw of the night. I don't believe any game she has shot even 9. Yankton now leads 5. The next one drops. And now a timeout, a 30-second Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. Timeout called by the Gazelles. We'll return in a moment with Yankton up 6 points here.
Welcome to Wall of Fame, where style meets customization, specializing in crafting custom clothing and print shirts. We ensure every stitch and every print is of the highest quality, so you get the best clothes every time. We're here for all your promotion needs, and the best part, our process is seamless. Simply share your designs with us and we'll handle the rest. Get custom clothes for the best price. Wall of Fame.
.320 to play on the floor. Gazelles lead 47-41. If you're tuning on Classic Hits 106.3 and would like to watch this game live, it's on Yankton streaming on YouTube, and what a game we've had here tonight. Watertown led for about 80% of the game up till this point, and Yankton until now had not led by 2 possessions. Now they lead by 6. Arrows on offense with it. Kinsey Russell has it on the near side beyond the perimeter. Brings it into the lane, dishes out. Lily Mack pump fakes the triple, tries the runner in the lane, can't get it. Jordan Kudera 1 rebound shy of a double-double in her first start. 12 points, 9 rebounds for Jordan Kudera. Wolfgram with it. She leads the game in scoring, dishes it out. Kraske up to Rao, wide open 3! Yes! September Rao buries the triple. Yankton, their largest lead of the night, and it could not come in a better time. 52-11, and on the full court pressure, they'll force a travel. Watertown turns it over. Yankton with the basketball. Wolfgram has it on the Yankton Y. Now finding a double. Tries bringing it to the other side. Gives it up Kudera. Kudera wants to drive it. Baseline. Scores it. The Gazelles offense is cooking now. They're up 11 points, and that just might be too much for Watertown, who lofts up the pass ahead out of bounds. Things have gone from bad to worse for the Watertown Arrows. Yankton finds themselves up 11. Timeout called by Coach Rohde of the Watertown Arrows. 2:12 to play here in the fourth quarter. 52-41, Yankton in control. They had not led by more than 2 until the fourth quarter. They find themselves up 11. We'll take our final break during the action. 30 seconds, we'll return.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area. Guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
Again, 2:12 to play here. It's 52-41. The Gazelles lead on your Fox Stop of Yankton scoreboard. What a game tonight as the Gazelles are inching closer and closer to victory number 2 on the season. Again, after this as well, the Bucks take on the Arrows as the Yankton Bucks also looking for their second win of the year. Watertown, for the boys, a complete turnaround of what they saw last year. They were 6-14 last season. 7-1 to start the season. It's just been a great turnaround, and kudos to Coach McClemens for being able to get the turnaround that quick. Wolfgram gets trapped up at the half-court line, and now Coach Savvy wants to call a timeout as he wants to make sure to not turn the ball over. Right now, you've got 2 minutes of action left. For the Gazelles, it doesn't even necessarily have to be your best basketball that you've played. I think what we just saw in the last 2 to 3 minutes is the best basketball we've seen the Gazelles play all season long. You don't necessarily need that. Right now, you just need to keep pace with the Arrows. You've got an 11-point lead. Be careful with the ball, reduce and limit turnovers, and just be solid on the defensive side. Now, if Watertown makes threes with the defender right in their face, you just have to be okay with that. You just can't give up open looks beyond the perimeter, because right now you've got a very good chance of taking home your second win of the season. And you want, of course, to win these games that feel like you got a much better chance of winning, you know? Watertown Yankton kind of in the same boat so far this season rather than one of those top teams we've talked about, Aberdeen Central, Sioux Falls, Washington. Very good teams that, of course, you're still in it, but it's going to be a tough team to beat. Rao is able to get the inbound into Wolfgram, who immediately draws a double. She'll give it up to Rao. She finds Kraske in the corner. Up top now they move it. Lots of ball movement. 13 seconds to shoot here for Yankton. Kudera finds the seam, dishes it out. Wide open triple. Kraske short. Ball knocked out of bounds. Last touched, I believe, by September Rao. And it'll be Watertown basketball. Yankton will have a full court press still against the Arrows. Little surprised to see, but I guess that way they can't roll the ball down the floor. Watertown with it. Kinsey Russell has it at the top of the key. Less than 90 seconds to play. Dishes it out. Ellie Thury, open look from 3, and a swish. That will make it an 8-point game, and another timeout called. This one by Coach Rohde of the Arrows, a full timeout. I know I said the one was our last, but back-to-back timeouts. We'll take this one when we return. Gazelles lead by 8.
The Bone Setter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotes. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bone Setter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
84 seconds to play. Yankton leads 52-44. Now full court pressure from the Watertown Arrows, and the inbound gets into Jordan Kudera, and now Watertown will be fouling, and that was kind of the question. Are they going to foul, or are they just going to try and make it uncomfortable for the Gazelles? As fouling is Emmy Berglund. Now the Arrows are completely out of timeouts. So Coach Rohde, you feel like, really had to tell his team exactly the game plan and hope that they got it through. Bonus free throws here for Jordan Kudera. First one is in. And now for the Gazelles, if you make your free throws, you've won this game. Ellie Thury checks in for Emmy Berglund. What that tells me is Emmy Berglund is going to be in to foul when she gets in. You have a couple of players in with 4 fouls as Kudera makes the second as well. Well, if you're the Arrows, you have a couple of players who are near fouling out. You have to have designated players for fouls. Andy Olson pump fakes the 3, tries driving it, gives it up. Ellie Thury right back to Olson. Up top they move it. Kinsey Russell. She works against Nora Kraske, trying to drive with it, picks up her dribble out to Lily Mack from downtown. No good on the 3, and a fight for the rebound, and they'll say a foul on Jordan Remmers. Lily Mack was trying to get the foul on that 3-point attempt. Won't get it, and free throws for the Gazelles. You got to wonder if they make both of these 12 points they lead. If they make both, that would be with a minute to play. Does Watertown stop the fouls, or do they continue with their game plan? Eden Wolfgram steps up to the line. She has made her 11th free throw of the night. She's up to 25 points. Make it 26. Usually she's good for a couple 30-point games throughout the season. Haven't seen one yet. We'll see if we can get one here tonight off of some free throws. Andy Olson with it for the Arrows, drives with it, no good. Rebound goes to Wolfgram. She's 2 rebounds short of a double-double in tonight's game. She's now fouled, and a chance to get up to 28 points. So Watertown continues to foul. 45 seconds, Yankton leads 12, and this one probably going to be just 2 out of reach for the Arrows here. Coming up for the Gazelles, our First Dakota National Bank postgame show. Wolfgram misses the first of 2. But coming up, we'll have our First Dakota National Bank postgame show. It'll be a quick one. Then our Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game, and then right back into our Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame for the Bucks and the Arrows. Wolfgram sinks the second of 2. She now leads all scorers with 27 tonight. Kinsey Russell finds herself open from downtown, misses it. Rebound goes to Wolfgram. She's able to keep it alive, but now loses it. Into the hands of Rao it goes. Between the legs up ahead, Yankton moves it, and now Elwood, high off the glass, will score it. That will do it here tonight for the Gazelles. They're up 15 with 23 seconds, and the timeout, well, it's got to be taken by Coach Savvy and the Gazelles. He's the only one with a timeout. We do have a player on the floor. Didn't realize as it's on the far side. We'll take a break here and keep the camera off the injured player. Hopefully they're all right.
Starting the first bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
And on the floor getting up was Lydia Stemwedel, and she was able to reach the bench. She did walk on her own, but was not moving at a good pace, but just good to see her able to walk on her own. 59-44, a 15-point lead for Yankton. With 20 seconds, ball was tipped. Watertown able to keep it. Kinsey Russell brings it up towards the top, gives it up, 10 seconds to play. As, what a shot, Lily Mack scores that one, but that will be too little too late. The Yankton Gazelles come out victorious here tonight. 59-46, the victory. What a game for Yankton, who now advances to 2-5 on the season. For the Gazelles, it was just an overall great game, and they trailed for most of it, but then when things mattered the most, Wolf Graham and Jordan Kudera really stepped up. It's time for your First Dakota National Bank post-game show here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. We will take just a minute break for me to be able to get my final stats. We'll be back in a moment.
Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Les Schwab Tires, located at 2809 Broadway in Yankton. It's the place to buy tires with all different tread types to fit your needs and rims ready to make your vehicle shine. Not only do they sell tires, they fix them too. Flats, brakes, alignments, and more. You can feel confident that your car will be taken care of. No waiting for your tires, they should have them in stock. If you're looking for tractor or semi-tires, those are available too. Les Schwab Tires, where the sign says it all.
And for a quick First Dakota National Bank postgame show, Gazelles win 59-46. Jocelyn Elwood, 6 points, 5 rebounds, and an assist. Eden Wolfgram, 27 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 steals. Nora Kraske with 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. Jordan Kudera, her first ever start, 1 rebound shy of a double-double. 16 points, 9 rebounds, 2 steals, and a block. And September Rao with 6 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Off the bench for the Gazelles, Berkeley Olsen with one point. Brenna Elwood with 1 rebound, 1 assist, and then we also saw Sabrina Kraske in the game as well. Time for your Kaiser Heating and Cooling hot hands of the game. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. I'm going to do a co-hot hands of the game because he had 2 great performers. Wolf Graham with 27 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 steals. She's shy of 1 rebound, and just for the sake of Kudera's first start, 16 points, 9 rebounds, 2 steals, and a block. They certainly helped lead their team to victory, combining for 43 of their team's 59 here tonight. That's your Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton hot hands of the game. As we now switch gears to our Anytime Fitness Yankton pregame show for the Bucks and Watertown. The final game of the night, the Bucks host the Arrows, and after a game which they fell to Huron 43-54. A look inside this year's numbers, Yankton scoring 50 points per game, Watertown 64. Yankton allows 57.5 points per game, Watertown only 50.5. Last year, it was a 2-point game that saw Watertown winning 56-54, and it was really a nail-biter. For Watertown, they kind of out of nowhere become one of the top teams in AA. Last season, they closed the year with a 6-14 record and ended up missing the chance to play in a Sodak 16 game. They were 1 seed below Yankton. Now this year, they already have more wins than all of last, so they have improved drastically. We'll see how good they look tonight. For Yankton, their defensive efforts looked much improved, and that's going to need to continue. They cannot give up 60-plus points to this very good Watertown team. I did get a chance to talk with both head coaches ahead of this matchup. It's Pat McClemens for the Arrows, and as always, Coach Haynes for the Yankton Bucks. We'll start with that interview with head coach Pat McClemens. Right now, we'll take a listen to that on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
On our coaches' conversations, now chatting with Watertown Arrows head coach Pat McClemens. Coach, how are you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you very much.
Of course, and now your team currently sits at an impressive 7-1 to open the season. Could you tell me about how it's went so far this year?
Well, I think we've got off to a good start. Obviously, like everybody, I think even though you're in the first third of the season, I think you can still find plenty of things to critique about your team and to try to get them to be better at it. I think offensively in the half court, we're still not real good. Defensively, we have moments where we play really well defensively, but I think from a consistency basis, that's where we're struggling at both ends, is just being consistent, at the offensive and defensive ends.
And was this expected to be 7-1 or a little bit of a surprise? You've already grabbed more wins this season than all of last year. It's been a really quick turnaround for you in the squad.
Well, I think when you look at it, I mean, we had a team last year that was led in scoring by a couple of juniors that are now seniors, and we had some sophomores that that played as sophomores that are now juniors. And so I think we're a year older. I think we have pretty good balance. We have the ability to make some shots from the perimeter, but also have shown the ability to score on the inside as well. And I think they've complemented each other very well. Do I think the plan was to run out and be 7-1? I don't. I think everybody I would be lying if I told you that we thought the year would start that way. But I think we came together very quickly. I think we played some teams, at the right time, maybe, and matchups dictate, where you're going to have success and where you're not. And so I just think, some parts of the schedule has fallen right for us. And I also think that, we've got off to a good start and gained some confidence throughout the season here.
And coming up, you take on the Bucks in Yankton. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, for us, coming to Yankton is always difficult. I mean, Chris obviously does an outstanding job. We know going down there, they're going to defend you extremely well. And offensively, of anybody in the conference, Chris probably does as good a job as getting players in a position where they can be successful. And I think that's why he's always had success. He finds different sets or different ways to put the basketball in guys' hands that have the ability to score and putting them in those places consistently on the floor. And they're always going to defend really well, very physical, and a team that is willing to do all the little things like take charges, and they always seem to rebound extremely well. So we know it's a very big challenge, obviously, with the perimeter kids that he has, in Riken and Eidsness. And Kudera, they're running 4 guards out there, and then obviously Conway's a problem inside, right? I mean, he's a big physical kid that last year I think played and continually got better throughout the year, and I think starting this year he's just kind of taken off from where he was last year.
And who are a few players on your team that we should expect to see making big plays in this one?
Right now, we're led by a couple senior guards in Carter Bisker and Jackson McClemens. They're kind of leading us in scoring. Jack Mack is a junior forward that is also, right now we've got 3 guys averaging double figures, and we have some other guys that Caden Decker and Isaac Rehorst, that rounds out our 5 starters, have also had double figures throughout different parts in different games. And so I really like the balance we have. I think those guys, have learned to play well together, and we hope that continues. Obviously sharing the ball as well as we had, I think, against O'Gorman on Friday night last week. We had 19 assists. And so we're willing to share the ball, and I think that provides, some difficulties for some other teams when you can't just sit back and focus on one person.
Well, Coach, really appreciate the time. We'll see you in Yankton shortly.
Thank you. Take care.
Again, that was head coach Pat McClemens of the Watertown Arrows. Coming up, our chat with Bucks head coach Chris Haynes.
As we continually strive to improve the quality of service we provide the Yankton community, the Garden of Memories Cemetery and Winston Ray Funeral Home are pleased to announce the completion of a brand new columbarium. This columbarium is constructed of granite, designed to withstand the test of time. It is for those families choosing cremation and features above-ground outdoor niches, which includes a bronze plaque to memorialize your loved one, as well as indoor glass front niches where families can create a unique memorial with pictures or other family heirlooms. For more information, please give us a call at the Winston Ray Funeral Home in Yankton.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family. from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
Back on our coaches' conversations, talking with Chris Haynes, head coach of the Yankton Bucks. Your team took on Huron earlier this week. What did you see in that one?
Yeah, proud of the way the guys played and the effort. Obviously, a little disappointed in the final result that weren't able to win the game. Just didn't make enough, plays to on the offensive end to win the basketball game. But sometimes that happens. Huron's a really good basketball team. I thought we did some good things and in the right direction on some things, especially on the defensive end. Felt like our guys were a little bit locked in on that side of the basketball, which obviously we're going to need going forward.
And as you mentioned, felt like a great defensive effort from your squad against a much bigger team. How do you try and build off of that into this next game?
Yeah, things will get easier. Watertown's got a great team, and 7-1 and playing very well this season. And they got good length and size as well. The big Rehorse kid inside is 6'7". You got the Mac kid that's 6'6", and then the coach's kid, McClemmons, is 6'5" and plays the wing for him, and their point guard is 6'3". And those four all of them are all conference type players. And so that causes some problems with their size and length and athleticism, and then the role players are doing a nice job for them. And so, we got our work cut out for us again, that we need to, we got to play on the defensive end again. And then Watertown's getting 13 offensive rebounds a game. And that's been an Achilles heel for us this season, is finishing defensive possessions with rebounds. So hopefully we can get some stops tonight and finish possessions with rebounds.
And you mentioned that they hit the offensive glass hard. What are some other things that they do best, and how are you going to try and force them out of those positions?
Well, they score. They're scoring 65, 70 points a game, so that's a lot. And, if the game's in the mid to upper 60s, that's going to be tough. And so we're going to have to, like I said, we're going to have to guard them. But they can score, and they have multiple guys that can score. Like I said, their point guard is averaging 17 a game. The Clemens kid averaging 12, 13 a game. The Mac kid's averaging 14 a game. Rehorse and, their other starting guard are like 8 a game. So they can just score the basketball, and it's not just one or two guys. And so that becomes very difficult to guard when you have multiple guys like they do out there that can all score. So that's going to be difficult, and their transition game is good. So we're going to have to make sure that we're running good offense and getting good shots and not turning it over and giving them opportunities out in transition.
And as always, what are things that you look to see improve from your guys in this one?
Well, hopefully we can show some consistency on the defensive end and start stacking games up on the defensive end where we're playing well. And we're going to have to, again, be improved on the defensive glass, and then offensively continue to improve on that end and playing together as a team. Watertown will mix it up. They'll throw some presses at you, different presses, different zones from time to time at you. So we haven't seen a team that will mix it up quite as much as they do. So it'll be interesting to see how our guys handle that.
Well, as always, thanks for the time, and go Bucks.
Okay, thanks, Zach.
Again, that was head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks on our Coaches Conversations. On its way, the Bucks host the Watertown Arrows right here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube. Floor Tech Cleaning and Restoration in Yankton, Mitchell, and Norfolk and surrounding areas is the call you need to make when you need your carpets, ductwork, or a trauma cleanup. With 24-hour emergency services for fire and water, mold mitigation, and reconstruction services for residential and commercial properties. Locally owned and operated at 220 East 3rd Street in Yankton.
When your home or floor is wet, call Floor Tech.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
Warmer days are coming, and sooner or later your air conditioning will need to kick in as well. But what if it doesn't? Well, don't wait. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling. With 43 years in the business, we're very knowledgeable on what we do and how we serve our customers. You can rest assured that when you call day or night, someone will always pick up the call. Join our elite club today and become a priority member. Skip the line, get discounts on services, and have no overtime fees. Call Larry's Heating and Cooling for expert service from factory-trained technicians.
And back to the floor to wrap up the very quick Anytime Fitness of Yankton pregame show. Let's make healthy happen as the Yankton Bucks hosting the Watertown Arrows after they come off a loss to Huron. Your stats in that game for the Bucks. Leading the way in scoring with 9 points was Beck Reichen, followed by Jackson Kudrow with 7. A couple of players had 6, including Abe O'Brien and Tegan LaCroix. Austin Conway, Miles Drotzman, and Owen Eidsness all chipped in 5. Leading the way in rebounding was Austin Conway with 7. Owen Eidsness had 5. Kudrow and Abe O'Brien both with 3. Miles Drotzman and Tegan LaCroix with 2 rebounds, and Easton Skelhaus with 1. And then only 6 assists in the game, 2 for Beck Reichen, and then Owen Eidsness, Miles Drotzman, Tegan LaCroix, and Jackson Kudrow, all with 1 assist. On the floor here, it's time for your starting lineups. They're brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's Larry's Heating and Cooling, anytime, any day. We start with the visitors in the Watertown Arrows. They come into this one 7-1, coached by Pat McClemens. Senior guard at 6'3", it's number 2, Carter Bisker. Junior forward, 6'6", number 5, Jack Mack. Senior guard at 5'11", number 11 as well, Caden Decker. A senior guard forward combo at 6'5", number 13, it's Jackson McClemens. And the big man down low for Watertown, the junior forward at 6'7", number 20, Isaac Rehorst. Now time to meet your Yankton Bucks starting lineup, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Vermilion.
Beck Reichen, number 2, guard. Owen Eidsness, number 3, guard. Jackson Kudrow, number 4, guard.
Tegan LaCroix, number 11, guard. Austin Conway, number 52, center.
Again, those are your starting lineups, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling of Yankton. And again, a big thank you to Pivotal Photo for helping out and letting me use those videos for the Bucks and Gazelles starting lineups. Looks great. We love having them here on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. So again, a big shout out and thank you to Pivotal Photo for working with me the last couple years on these. On the floor, they're wrapping up their starting lineups for the Arrows in their road purple jersey and shorts trimmed out in gold and white. For your Yankton Bucks, an all-white jersey and shorts at home trimmed out in red. For the Bucks, 1-6 on the season, looking to jump up to 2-6, but Watertown is not going to make that easy, as they currently have a 7-1 record and would like to keep winning. Again, the Watertown and Yankton, last year they matched up. It was a 2-point game with the Arrows winning that one. But you feel like Watertown, it feels like a whole different team. A team that went 6-14 last year, missed the Sodak 16. 7-1 now. There's a chance if they lost out the rest of the season, they'd still have a Sodak 16 game here. Of course, they don't plan on doing that, as the Bucks out on the floor, but both teams still in a huddle yet. The officials trotting out, the cheerleaders, and Bucky and Gazelle exiting the floor, and it means we're pretty much at game time here in Yankton. For the Bucks, Jackson Kudrow will do the jumping. He'll be jumping against, looks like junior forward at 6'6", Jack Mack. Height advantage clearly favoring Mack. Ball is up and this game is underway. and actually controlled by the Bucks. The Bucks move it right to left on Yankton, streaming on YouTube. Right away, they go down low to Austin Conway. Thought he had Tegan LaCroix there. LaCroix had just ran off, though. It goes out of bounds, and that will be a turnover on this Yankton offense. Arrows on their first offensive set here of the night. With the basketball, we've actually got a different starting lineup than what was initially supposed to. Dane Stark is in for the Arrows. We'll see who he's in place of. Beck Reichen now gives it up to Conway, puts a shoulder down, drives with it, can't get the bucket to go, but last touched by the Arrows. And it looks like on the floor for Watertown, we don't see Isaac Rehorst. Tegan LaCroix at the top of the key. He'll dish it to Beck Reichen. He's called for a travel. So back-to-back turnovers here for Yankton on offense. No score here, about 45 seconds into this one. For Watertown, they take over again on offense. With it, Caden Decker drives into the lane, scores it, and Ides tried drawing the charge. There will be none. No foul on either side. 1 minute in, it's 2-0 with the Arrows leading this one. Beck Reichen trying to shake Dane Stark. Up ahead, the Bucks move it into the corner. LaCroix had it. Now Conway gets to the baseline. His second attempt, no good. Arrows want to move the basketball up the floor quickly. Caden Decker, this time the whistle will blow, and it is a charge. Jackson Kudera draws the charge, and Caden Decker will be tagged with the first foul of the night. So Yankton a chance to tie or take the lead here. They trail 2-0 on our Fox stop of Yankton scoreboard. On the far side, Beck Reichen drove it down low and gave it up to Conway. Conway swings it out to Kudera. Three-pointer off the front iron goes. Conway got the offensive rebound, but I think they're going to call a push-off on him. And it is. Conway gets tagged with a foul, and that's the first on Yankton. That is actually the first recorded stat by the Bucks here in tonight's game. No rebounds, points, assists yet. Carter Bisker has it for Watertown. Now gives it up, driving and kicking it. Trying to was Jackson McClemens. He got fouled, and I wonder, is that number 2 already on Conway? It's on Beck Reichen, but Conway is checked out with Abe O'Brien in his place. Conway looked a little frustrated as he headed to the bench. Dane Stark with it, gives it up. Carter Bisker, top of the arc, 3, and hits home with it. A early 5-point lead here for Watertown. Tegan LaCroix takes the screen, gives it back up to Kudera. Kudera to Eidsness on the near side on the corner. Drives it in, and his pass to Tegan LaCroix is knocked out of bounds, and it will stay with Yankton. Inbound gets into Abe O'Brien. Abe O'Brien picks up his dribble near the elbow. 14 to shoot here for Yankton. Tegan LaCroix up to the elbow, into the lane. 8 seconds to shoot. Now Abe O'Brien with it. Swings it out. 4 seconds to shoot here for Yankton as this pass taken the other way. McClemens has it. A one-on-one as McClemens fouled. Can't get the bucket to drop, but free throws coming up. Abe O'Brien picks up his first, and the team's third already in the first quarter as Coach Haynes of the Bucks calls a timeout early. A Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. We'll keep it here, just a 30-second. Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton, locally owned for 4 generations. Call them for water softening and purification, salt, reverse osmosis needs, and bottled water. That's Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton. 5:21 to go in our first quarter of action. It's 5-0. The Arrows lead this, and coming up, free throws for Watertown. So for a few games, Yankton's offense was playing well, and the defense maybe not so much. Last game, it was all defensive, and their offense struggled a little bit. Right now, no points through the first 2 minutes and 39 seconds of game time. Jackson McClemens, son of head coach Pat McClemens, to the free throw line. First one off the back iron, no good. And McClemens gets the next of two to put his team up 6-0. Again, Isaac Rehorst was who I was given as a starter, and now a kick ball as it was off of Jack Mack's foot. But Isaac Rehorst, nowhere to be seen. Gonna guess that he was a late, no good to play. Bucks with possession here, again moving it right to left, looking to get this set up here for their first score of the night. Abe O'Brien over to Owen Eidsness, gives it right back to Abe. Found some room, but was cut off quickly on defense. Eidsness downtown, and it swirls in and out. Couldn't quite get it to go all the way down, and Watertown a chance to grow their lead here as Jackson McClemens off the glass, no good. Beck Reichen pulls in the rebound. Kudera with it. Works against Dane Stark. Spins it over to Abe O'Brien, into the lane, rises above and sinks it. Abe O'Brien off the bench gets the first points of the night for the Bucks. And I tell you what, Abe O'Brien the last few games on offense, you've really seen him come to life. In the lane with it, driving. The floater is good for Jack Mack, and that was well defended by Yankton, but just better offense from Jack Mack. He used his height advantage at 6'6", and just rose above. 8-2. 4:10 to play in the first quarter. Watertown leads. Kudera drives, stops on a dime, dishes it out to Owen Eidsness. Now Abe O'Brien with it. He gets teamed up. And now a nice feed into Tegan LaCroix, who scores it. Abe O'Brien 2 points and an assist already off the bench. A nice start to the game for him. 8-4 now. Owen Eidsness is going to pick this one off going the other way. He's going to lose the basketball, though, and it goes out. Last touch by Owen, and Watertown basketball. Eidsness on defense, some sticky fingers. Multiple steals a game, multiple deflections a game, as now Beck Reichen takes a seat on the bench. Grady Walder is checked in for the first time of the night. Watertown has doubled up Yankton, but it's early enough where it's only a 4-point difference. Ashton Rabine in here for Watertown, and now down low, Caden Decker scores it. Yankton on offense, trailing 6. They move it around the horn. Eidsness found some room baseline, but his shot no good. It was a great look, just couldn't get it to fall. On the other end, Arrows move it quickly. Into the corner 3. Now up top. Max Martinson is also in, and now a quick lined up 3. Caden Decker, no hesitation, buries it from downtown. It's been a great start offensively for Watertown, already to 13 in the first quarter with 2.5 to play. Jackson Kudera works it against Decker, tries to bring it in, the pump fake, and then the second attempt, no. Jack Mack brings in, Watertown pushes the pace. Mack swings it across, Max Martinson, who takes the screen, then gives it right back into the lane. No good on the shot, Jack Mack. Well played by Kudera. Tegan LaCroix has it for Yankton's offense. Just over 2 minutes to play in the first. 13-4 they trail. And now a foul on Watertown. Carter Bisker picks up his first. And now Austin Conway and Miles Drotzman are in for Yankton. Kudera and Tegan LaCroix to the bench. Yankton inbounding it. They give it into Conway, who gives it right back up to Eidsness. Short on the three, gets his own rebound. Austin Conway spins in, can't get that one to drop. A little frustration here from Austin Conway early. Right now 0 for 3 from the floor. And we see him make those frequently. Right now just not dropping. Watertown is Owen Eidsness tried to get greedy, wanted another steal. Instead, it opens up the spacing a little, and Caden Decker takes the three. And are they going to say an off-ball foul on Yankton? Abe O'Brien will take his second personal. That's already the fourth foul on Yankton in the first quarter. Any more free throws for Watertown due to bonus. Jack Mack gives it up Rabine. Rabine now to Jackson McClemens beyond the perimeter. Caden Decker finds himself with two defenders trying to get in. Somehow gets even to the basket. Can't finish the job though. Grady Walder with the rebound. And it's getting brought the other direction. Yankton back on offense. Grady Walder downtown, left it short. Offensive rebound though for Abe O'Brien. Goes up. He's fouled. Doesn't get the bucket, but either way, 2 free throws coming up. .74 seconds to play here in the first quarter. It's 13-4. Yankton trailing Watertown. First of 2 good for Abe. Next one bounces around before dropping to the hands of Jackson McClemens of Watertown. Abe O'Brien with 3 points, but went 1 of 2 at the free throw line at that trip. Quick fired three, in and out for Carter Bisker, but an offensive rebound for Dane Stark. Gives it up, Caden Decker down low, uses the glass and finishes it. A 10-point lead for Watertown in the first quarter, 15-5, 48 seconds to play. Grady Walder picks up his dribble a few steps beyond the three-point line. Conway finds an open Eidsness, leaves it short. It's just been a struggling shooting night so far for Yankton, and specifically more so Owen Eidsness and Austin Conway. Ashton Rabine gives it up, and now the Arrows on offense. About a 2.5 second difference between shot clock and game clock. Jackson McClemens brings it back to the half-court line. 8 to shoot here for the Arrows with their 10-point lead. A dish, Carter Bisker, corner three and a swish. Yankton can get the last shot, but it's going to be a half-court heave. If anything, a turnaround fader for Miles Drotzman put a lot too much on it. And we wrap up our first 8 minutes of play, 18-5, as Yankton needs to get something rolling on offense here. We'll take a break. We'll be back in just a moment for the second quarter.
Doctors Lane, Reed, and Cole Swatsky make up the SWAT Chiropractic team. Check out their new location at 2000 Summit Street, Yankton, South Dakota. At SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, they'll treat your neck and back pain, headaches and migraines, plantar fasciitis, sciatica, sports injuries, elbow, knee, rotator cuff, nerve injuries, and more. SWAT Chiropractic, specialized wellness and therapy. Let them get you ready for wherever life leads you.
My name is Taylor Reining, and at Elkhorn Valley Bank and Trust, there really is a difference. So Elkhorn Valley Bank is different from other institutions because we value our customers and we want them to feel valued. Our customers will walk in the door and we'll greet them by name. We know who their kids are, we know what their background is, we can ask them how things are going, and we pick up where we left off from the last time that they were in. Elkhorn Valley Bank, great for you, great for your community.
8 minutes to go in the first half. The second quarter gets underway with the Watertown Arrows starting with possession. They move it up the floor into the hands of Jack Mack. Now gives it up Dane Stark to the elbow, swings it out. Yankton, good defense to start here in the second quarter. Carter Bisker forced to hand it off to Jackson McClemens. 12 to shoot here for Watertown. They kick it out. Caden Decker wants the three, left it short. He gets his own rebound, and he's going to double dribble. Coach Haynes not at all happy with his team, and the fact that that offensive rebound, that is something Coach Haynes has talked about a lot this season, his team giving up offensive rebounds, and nothing makes his blood boil more. Cooter drives with it, rises above for the short jumper. It's money. Up ahead, Arrows with it. Carter Bisker to McClemens. McClemens, some miscommunication and a turnover here. Yankton a chance to bring it back down to a single-digit deficit. .6:57 to go in the half. Miles Drotzman with his first offensive touch here in the game. Conway got the pass. His defender ran right by him. Reichen swings it out. Now Cooter, a corner, three. Put too much on it. Watertown in perfect position for the rebound. It's Jack Mack to Caden Decker. Caden Decker scores the easy two. That pass from Beck Reichen taken the other direction, and now a quick turnover. So back-to-back turnovers there. And Yankton with possession here. In for the first time of the night for the Arrows, Mason Anderson, a sophomore forward. Right now matched up against Austin Conway as Beck Reichen brings the ball down the floor. He gives it to Conway. Beck Reichen had a ton of opening there down low. Missed the shot, but he was hammered by Caden Decker on the shot. 2 free throws coming up. Beck Reichen, 2 chances here at the line. Has not scored yet this game, and after the first attempt, it stays that way. He misses. The Bucks shooting at a 64% clip from the free throw line on the season. You know they'd love to see that a little bit higher. Next attempt does drop for Reichen, and he is on the board with a point. 20-8, Arrows lead this one early in the second quarter. McClemens will give it up. Jack Mack. His pass now down low to Bisker. Bisker is fouled by Beck Reichen. That's Reichen's second personal, team's first of the quarter. Inbound gets in Mason Anderson, now down low, working with it. A good move in the post, but can't finish the job there. Was Dane Stark. Conway brought in the rebound, and now Beck Reichen's shot sent out of bounds. Owen Eidsness and Tegan LaCroix will swap in and out. Inbound for the Bucks. They hit Conway at the elbow. Beck Reichen finds some space from downtown. Doesn't get it, but he does get his rebound. Drives with it. Put too much on that one. This time brought in by McClemens. Arrows push the pace quickly. They have been a fast team. A quick turnaround jumper, no good. Conway's got it. 20-8 as the scoring has slowed down for Watertown. For Yankton, they'd like to see it greatly increase on offense. Kudera with it into the lane. What a layup! Jackson Kudera, the finish with his right hand on the left side. Just wrapped it around the defender's body. Gets his second bucket of the night. Down to a 10-point difference is down low. McClemens just straight up able to get by Owen Eidsness. And a great pass down low for an easy bucket. Yankton in 3 minutes of the second quarter has already scored as many points as they had in the entire first quarter. That's a good sign. Now they need to slow down Watertown's. Ball went out of bounds, last touch by the Arrows. And the normal, they get the inbound into Conway, who quick hands it off right away. Cooter up top, pump fakes the three now, gives it up to Beck Reichen. Reichen finds Drotzman, brings it into the lane, swings it out. Eidsness, in and out it goes from downtown. Yankton keeping right around that 10-12 deficit. Jack Mack had a great cut towards the rack, had an easy look, and just couldn't finish the job there. Beck Reichen out to the Yankton Y. Brings it up, 20 to shoot here for Yankton. Kudera, the quick fire, three, buries it from downtown. Jackson Kudera, the triple on the other side. The Arrows wanted the quick bucket. They don't get it. And now Yankton with it. They trail only 9 and a chance to score. Owen Eidsness scoops it in. A run there by the Bucks has them back within 7 here. And a timeout on the floor called by Coach McClemens. We'll be back in 30 seconds here when we return. 22-15, Yankton trails.
There's a whole new world out there. It's called the off-road, and it's waiting to be explored in a Polaris. So gear up to make every moment count with the Polaris off-road vehicle. The new Polaris models are now available at Stockman's Motorsports in Yankton. No matter the weather, get ready to tackle all the trails. With machines like these, your world just gets bigger. Stop in at Stockman's Motorsports today to learn more about the epic new Polaris off-road lineup.
Just under 4 minutes to play here in our first half. 22-15, the Bucks trail the Watertown Arrows, but a 5-0 run for Yankton here has them right back in this one. Plenty of game time, you just got to keep scoring. They scored 5 in the entire first quarter, 10 already here in the second quarter with 3:46 to go. Watertown with the basketball. No pressure from Yankton, so they can leisurely bring the ball down the floor. With it, Jackson McClemens. A guard-forward combo. They try to push it down low to Jack Mack, but the pass forces him out. Now Dane Stark swings at Mason Anderson. A spin from McClemens in the lane. Scoops it up. A crazy shot. I can't say I'm surprised that one didn't go. I think he thought he was fouled, so he wanted to try and get the shot up. Instead, just kind of an awkward-looking shot. Yankton takes back over on offense. Beck Reichen swings at Conway. Hands it off. Kudera, another three is good! Jackson Kudera, double-digit scoring already. Bucks are within 4, and we've got ourselves a ball game here tonight. Mason Anderson with it. Gives it up. Carter Bisker, who's not fouled. Bisker will foul. An offensive foul for Watertown. Well, now it's going to be on Mason Anderson, not Carter Bisker. Third time's the charm. Yankton a chance to make this a one-possession game after they were down 13 in the first quarter. Miles Drotzman over to Kudera. Kudera spins near the elbow, and they bring it back out beyond the perimeter. They find Kudera, fakes on the three, draws the foul on McClemens. They're going to say the foul was on the floor. Unfortunately for Kudera, he was able to get the shot to fall. Right now, Jackson Kudera is feeling it, and if there's one player you need to feed on the Bucks, it is Jackson Kudera. 10 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist, and we're still here in the first half. Kudera to inbound it here for the Bucks. They get it in Conway. Conway spins down low. Can't shake his defender, just forced to give it up. Beck Reichen now has it. Tries driving with it, gives it up. Drotzman some space. A lot of ball movement here, and Miles Drotzman pump faking the three, drives with it, goes over the top, and he'll score it. It's a 2-point game. The Yankton Bucks only down 2. 22-20. Watertown the lead in the basketball as we near the 2-minute clip in the first half. Carter Bisker with it. Works against Beck Reichen. A cross-court pass. It does get through. Owen Eidsness gets some hands on it. He's got the steal. Going the other way. Beck Reichen on the layup. It's tied. The Yankton Bucks have tied this one up. with under 2 minutes to play in our first half. On the other end, the Arrows score quick, take the lead right back for Carter Bisker. About the quickest, too, we'll see. My goodness, what a turn of events here. 90 seconds to play. Kudera for the lead. He's fouled on the shot. He didn't get the bucket, but 3 free throws coming up for Jackson Kudera. Yankton could take the lead here in the first half. Foul again on Jackson McClemens as Kudera, first of 2 good. Wow, Coach Haynes has got his team firing on all cylinders right now. Kudera, good on his second of 2. And for the Bucks' first lead of the night, Kudera on his 3rd free throw attempt here. Caden Decker checks in for the Watertown Arrows. Kudera goes 3 for 3, and Yankton leads. 83 seconds to play in the first half. What an exciting game here tonight in Yankton. Jack Mack steps it up to the line, gives it up Carter Bisker. Bisker brings it baseline up top to McClemens. And now a foul going to be called here, and I believe on Yankton. Owen Eidsness picks up a foul. The Yankton crowd, some boos from the student section, but that's just going to happen with the student section. It's only the second foul called on Yankton here in the second quarter. First on Eidsness. Now on the other side, Watertown with 4. If they foul Yankton, it's free throws. Jack Mack works against Conway, trying to post up. Up top, 3-point attempt. Rabine can't get it to go. Fight for the rebound. Caden Decker had his hands on it, dove out of bounds. Yankton basketball with the lead. Yankton has led for about 30 seconds of this game, and a chance to extend that lead heading into the half. Dane Stark will check in for Caden Decker for the Arrows, and Yankton will move it down the floor. Beck Reichen takes a screen from Kudera. Now Eidsness working it down low. Conway has the ball poked free, and Watertown wants to move quickly. A 2-on-1, it's Owen Eidsness, and the layup good by Rabine, who gives the Arrows the lead right back. A 3.5 second difference between shot clock and game clock. Yankton with the basketball, trailing 26-25 as we near our Vichet-Yankton halftime. Kudera to Drotzman on the far side corner, 3, drove it baseline, kicked it out. Beck Reichen gets cut off and trying to get it down low. His pass batted out of bounds, not the worst thing for Yankton to regroup. 11 on the shot clock here for Yankton, who has a chance to take a lead heading into the half. Last game was a thriller, and right now we've got one going on between the Bucks and the Arrows. Grady Walder is checked in for Yankton in place of Drotzman, as Yankton looking for some shooters here. Reichen inbounded it to Conway, gave it right back to Reichen. Beck to Kudera, takes a screen. He finds some pressure on him. Beck Reichen, his shot denied as he wanted the 3, but it was deflected. And that will leave 1.8 seconds on the clock. Watertown to try and score off a buzzer beater. Reichen now on the bench with Tegan LaCroix, Owen Eidsness, Miles Drotzman, Jackson Kudera, and Abe O'Brien on the floor. Yankton showing some pressure. Watertown trying to get something going so they can get a good shot off. And from way downtown, that shot way high from Dane Stark. As we enter the Vichet-Yankton halftime show, it is a 1-point game after Watertown got out to an immediate 13-point lead in the first quarter, extended that to 15 in the second quarter. The Bucks marched right back in, ended up even taking the lead for a moment during that first half, and now only trail 1. Now, normally during the halftime break of the Bucks game, we'd have our chat with head coach Savvy of the Gazelles, but the Gazelles will be signing autographs along with the coaches during the halftime. So we'll talk with Coach Savvy during the postgame of the Bucks before we talk with Coach Haynes. You want to keep it here, though, as we do have halftime stats, what's going on in the game, and a lot more to come here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Imagine working for a successful global business with customers in 140 countries. That's Vishay Intertechnology, a Fortune 1000 maker of electronic componentry. Now imagine a company of that size with that kind of stability and a caring family-like environment. Learn more about what you can do at Vishay by visiting VishayCareers.com. Vishay is an equal opportunity employer. Vishay, the DNA of tech.
When you need top-notch appliances that last, trust the experts at Murph's Appliance. From washers and dryers to refrigerators, they have all the trusted brands to keep your home running smoothly. At Murph's, you'll find Maytag appliances built for durability and service you can count on. Whether it's a new oven or a repair, they're there for you every step of the way. Stop on down to Murph's Appliance, your local Maytag dealer in Vermilion. Maytag and Murph's, reliable just like you.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
I should have had those brakes checked at Graham Tire. It's all about safety. Tire mounting, balancing, wheel alignment, and shocks and struts and batteries, oil changes, and lube service. Graham Tire does these every day. And there's over an acre of tires. Graham Tire has them all, big and small. Tires for cars, trucks, campers, trailers, big rigs, and tracks. Honesty and integrity is a matter of pride since 1951. Graham Tire, Yankton.
Midwest Insurance Agency values family. Our agency has been family-run for over 60 years. We pride ourselves on excellent, knowledgeable customer service. This day and age, everyone is so eager to have an immediate response with a quote. But at Midwest Insurance, we take our time and evaluate your assets and make sure you are properly insured. We take those what-ifs very seriously. As we continue on our family business with hopes of our children, Brooke or Jet, taking over in the future, we will continue to be there for you always. Come be a part of our family. Midwest Insurance Agency, 3016 Piper Street, Yankton.
Welcome to JR's Oasis, your one-stop food and gas shop. Proud to serve Phillips 66 regular, premium, and diesel fuel. After fueling, go inside for slushies and shakes, ice cream cones, and now offering a full line of healthy, chilled items and snacks. JR's hot menu is great for breakfast, lunch, and supper, featuring the famous Hammer Breakfast Sandwich and fresh hand patty burgers. Try the new Cafe Tango frozen coffees for that extra boost of deliciousness. JR's Oasis, East Highway 50, Yankton.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
As we continually strive to improve the quality of service we provide the Yankton community, the Garden of Memories Cemetery and Winston Ray Funeral Home are pleased to announce the completion of a brand new columbarium. This columbarium is constructed of granite, designed to withstand the test of time. It is for those families choosing cremation and features above-ground outdoor niches, which includes a bronze plaque to memorialize your loved one, as well as indoor glass front niches where families can create a unique memorial with pictures or other family heirlooms. For more information, please give us a call at the Winston Ray Funeral Home in Yankton.
Now time for the Vishay Yankton Halftime Show. Vishay, define the world's future. Vishay electronic components bring to life the world's most important products. Products that touch lives everywhere, every day. Vishay, building the DNA of tech. Now, back to courtside for all the game trends, stats, and more.
On our Vichet Yankton halftime show, we have got a great game on our hands. And we had a great one earlier with the Gazelles picking up win number 2 on the season. And now the Bucks looking to do the same. They trail 26-25 to the Watertown Arrows. Watertown comes into this one with a 7-1 record for the Bucks, 1-6. So, of course, on paper, it's definitely Watertown Arrows should be favored to come out with a victory, but the Bucks, every coach you talk to, they say it's not a fun team to play. Your halftime stats here, Beck Reichen with 3 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist, also has 2 fouls. Owen Isaacs with 2 points, 1 rebound, 2 steals, and a foul. Jackson Cooter has been lighting it up so far. 13 points already for him, 2 rebounds, and an assist. Tegan LaCroix with 2 points, and to round off the starters for the Bucks, Austin Conway with 2 rebounds and 1 assist. He also has a foul. Off the bench, we've seen 3 players. We've seen Abe O'Brien, who has 3 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. For Miles Drotzman, 2 points and a rebound. And then Grady Walder, we've seen just for a short amount of time, but Grady Walder with 1 rebound off of the bench so far. Again, it's at half. It's 26-25. Bucks were down 15 in that second quarter and then just went on a tear, and boy, did they look good. If the Bucks play that well, they're competing with anyone. I mean, this is one of the top teams in Double-A. Not even just in the standings, but, you got to look at the polls as well, as I'm trying to find that right now. They're receiving votes on both the Power 5 and the South Dakota Media Prep poll, and right now the Yankton Bucks are giving them everything they can handle. And for Yankton, I really think a lot of it starts with that aggressive defense. Of course, it helps when you've got Jackson Cooter shooting lights out, but you just need someone to be that lead scorer that you can rely on. And right now, that is Jackson Cooter, and it's not the first time of the year it's been Jackson Cooter. Just a great player for the Bucks. We'll see who else steps up here in the second half. That's just moments away. We'll take our final break here of the half, and when we return, again, third quarter starts. It'll be 26-25. Bucks will start with possession in the third quarter here on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
From simple sniffles to complex health conditions, the primary care providers at Yankton Medical Clinic will not only see you for your annual visits, screenings, and preventative care, but also provides care for the entire family, from pediatrics to adults. With 4 clinic locations and 15 outreach locations throughout South Dakota and Nebraska, compassionate, quality medical care is closer than you think. For more information on providers, services, and locations, visit our website, yanktonmedicalclinic.com.
If you're into hunting, fishing, towing, or just want to blaze the trail, All Seasons has ATVs, UTVs, dirt bikes, and scooters from quality brands like Honda, Yamaha, and CF Moto. Needing watercraft? All Seasons has a large selection of quality boats and wave runners, and we take pride in service after the sale. We have friendly certified technicians that will winterize, summarize, diagnose, and repair your power sports equipment. In business for over 20 years for good reasons. We're All Seasons, Power Sports and Marine in Yankton.
Do you like to read? I love to read. So does Rabin Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Rabin Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Rabin Books, where every book finds a home.
Back on the floor, second half just moments away. Bucks basketball presented by First Dakota National Bank of Yankton. I'm Zach Spear alongside Eve Hawley helping out operate camera and stream tonight. Thanks for tuning in on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton, streaming on YouTube. If you're a fan of Yankton Athletics and would like to be notified every time we go live with Bucks and Gazelles basketball, or coming up softball and then later into next year football, well, head to Yankton Streaming, our profile, click the subscribe button, and you will be notified when we go live. And we only go live for games, and then every now and then we do have a Buck or Gazelle interview That's the only time you would be notified. 26-25 here on the floor. Coach Haynes has to be happy with his team's second quarter performance. It's not easy to come down from 15 points. It's even more difficult when you have to do it in one quarter, and that's what the Bucks did. They actually led in that second quarter for just a moment. Watertown took the lead right back, but it was a promising sign for the Bucks, and it proved to them they can compete with this Watertown Arrows team. Yankton starts with the basketball, and our third quarter play officially started here. Down low, Riken gives it up, Kudera. Kudera shot blocked, but an offensive rebound for Tegan LaCroix, now knocked out of bounds, and last touch by Yankton. They didn't get any points, but Coach Haynes happy with his team's effort. They got some good looks and offensive rebound, just didn't get the shots to fall. Watertown, their first offensive possession here of the second half. A 1-point lead as they were slowed down greatly in that second quarter on the offensive side. Jack Mack works against Conway, forces him into an uncomfortable shot, and now ball is saved out of bounds by Caden Decker. It's last touch by Kudera. Decker wrapped around and was just able to bring the ball right back into Kudera. So Watertown, another possession here. Decker inbounding, gets it into Carter Bisker. Bisker will give it up Jackson McClemens. Clemens far side, or near side I should say, Jack Mack. Yankton's defense not giving any separation. Carter Bisker gets it right back. Ball is out of bounds. Last touch by Watertown, as just kind of losing it there was Mack. Beck Riken and the Bucks offense take it left to right as you watch it on Yankton streaming. Owen Eidsness, way beyond the perimeter, swings it Riken. They move it right back now over to LaCroix. LaCroix finds a cutter in Riken. They're going to say he was out of bounds when he first touched it, and that will be a turnover by the Bucks offense. Miles Drotzman will come in. Tegan LaCroix now on the bench. That's Coach Haynes chatting with him. 6:40 to play here in the third quarter, a minute 20 in, and no score on either side. Ball was poked free by Miles Drotzman there, but ended back up with Carter Bisker. Jack Mack moves it to the far side. Now down low they move it. Caden Decker takes a dribble. Conway pushes it out of bounds. Austin Conway trying to get the steal, but does disrupt the offense for the Arrows. Inbound gets into Jackson McClemens, tries working it down low, ends up to the hands of Kudera. His first steal of the night. Bucks a chance to take the lead here with a score. Austin Conway trying to work the post, spins into it, his shot denied by Mack. Into the hands of McClemens it goes, who pushes the pace quickly. Up to the free throw line, and he's fouled on the pass attempt. Owen Eidsness picks up his second, personal team's first, and the overall first foul in the third quarter. A deep pass in to Dane Stark, and now they try to work it down low to Bisker. Bisker swings it out, and cutting here, going up is Ashton Rabine. For the Bucks, they now trail 3. 28-25. And excuse me, is Jackson McClemens on the score. Abe O'Brien has it. Gets stopped on the drive out to Miles Drotzman. Acrobatic finish at the hoop, and he'll score it. His second bucket of the night. Back to a 1-point difference here. Down low they move it. Jack Mack spins into the lane, works against Abe O'Brien, scores it. Teams trading buckets right now. It's 30-27, the Watertown Arrows lead with 5:03 to play in our third quarter. after that first quarter, you thought things are getting a little bit ugly, but now Yankton has totally flipped the script. As Cooter drove with it, it was poked free by Mack. Moving the other direction are the Arrows, and scoring it, Carter Bisker. A little run here by the Arrows finds them up 5 here in the third quarter. Beck Reichen works against Dane Stark. Corner 3, nearly banked in for Abe O'Brien. Watertown reels it in. Jack Mack on the other side, and another charge taken by this Bucks defense. Kudera got great positioning, and the foul to go against Watertown, their first of the quarter. Jack Mack with the foul and a timeout by the Bucks. Coach Haynes will take a full timeout. We'll take that full timeout and be back in just a moment.
Weather around here gets pretty crazy. Are you sure the weather hasn't caused damage to your roof? Let Justice at H&H Roofing in Yankton take any roof damage worries away. He'll come and inspect your roof. Even if you've had an inspection, get a second opinion or re-inspection for your peace of mind. H&H Roofing has built their reputation on working to satisfy homeowners for years. Family owned and operated. H&H Roofing is bonded and insured. Contact Justice today.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
4:25 to go in our third quarter of action. 32-27. Watertown has built up a 5-point lead. Was a 1-point difference at the half, so Yankton looking to get things back on track here as we are starting to get close to the final quarter of play. Kudera at the elbow, swings it. Miles Drotzman pump fakes a 3. Gives it back out now, Conway. Conway steps into the lane, bounce pass into Kudera. Kudera gets up and in. His first bucket of the second half. A one-possession game now. We are halfway through our third quarter, 1.5 quarters to play, and that pass too high off the fingertip of Max Martinson at 5'10", can't bring it in, and a turnover by the Arrows. Yankton back on offense. Beck Reichen slowly brings it down for Yankton. Works against Max Martinson, now Austin Conway. A good dish down low. Eidsness had a great opportunity to score it, just left it a little short. Jack McClemens back out to Jack Mack, and now a three-point attempt is a swish for Mason Anderson of the Arrows, and their team back up 6. Last time Watertown got up 6 is when the lead got out of hand. Bucks offense looking for an answer of their own. Drotzman on the far side, corner 3, swings it to the other side. Beck Reichen into the lane, swings it. Eidsness puts it in for 2. A nice dish there from Reichen to Eidsness. As Eidsness gets his hands on it, takes it the other direction. His third steal of the night, and a bucket. Owen Eidsness, his shooting may not be that great, or might just be struggling a little bit from the floor, but he just got his hands on another! The 4th steal of the game for Owen Eidsness. And a jump ball. Owen Eidsness is all over the place. Talk about a good 1 minute of play out of Owen Eidsness. His team is now within 2. It's 35-33. Jump ball favors Watertown. But it was Watertown basketball anyways, so it feels like a win for Yankton, who finds themselves within striking distance. Jack Mack tries to bring it in, down low against Kudera, just bullies his way in for 2. If you're Kudera, you can't do much about that. Mack at 6'6", Kudera listed at 6'1", maybe closer to 6'2", 6'3 even. Beck Reichen will give it up, Kudera. Now on the far side, Eidsness. 37-33, Watertown leads. Yankton, though, working on offense, trying to answer. On the far side, Kudera has some space. Up top, no. A good look from three, and you'll be okay with Kudera taking that every time as Beck Reichen gets the steal, and he goes in, scores it. The layup by Beck Reichen pulls his team back within 2. 6 steals for the Bucks in tonight's game already. 4 of those Owen Eidsness. Down low, Stark wants to move it for the Arrows, sent out of bounds. Miles Drotzman, the rejection. Miles Drotzman said absolutely not. Puts it out of bounds as we watch the replay on Yankton streaming. It's brought to you by Yankton Winnelson. Second generation family owned and supporting the local community, including Yankton Athletics, since 1981. That's a big swat from a not-so-big player. Miles Drotzman, only 6 feet tall. Quick inbound to Carter Bisker, no good, and it hits the shot clock, giving Yankton the ball. Yankton is fighting in this one. "93 seconds to play in our third quarter. 37-35. Yankton trails, but they've got the ball on offense. And now a quick foul on Yankton. It's an offensive foul. Believe it's on, is it on Conway for a moving screen? It is. Conway picks up his second personal. It's only the team's second of the quarter. Only 8 total fouls for the team so far in the game. Watertown back with possession and a 2-point lead. Dane Stark trying to give it up, and Owen Eidsness now will pick up his third foul. Now, if you're Eidsness, you got to be a little careful. And the unfortunate part for Yankton, he is your team's leading stealer and gets the most deflections per game. On defense, you really like seeing him out there, and he plays an aggressive style, but right now he's got himself at 3, as that might have been a backcourt violation. Thought he had the ball with possession with 1 foot front court, doesn't matter. Down low, McClemens, no good, gets his own rebound, ball is stripped, but another foul on Yankton. Back-to-back-to-back fouls on the home team, and that student section is restless. Now Kudera with his first personal, the team's 4th. Jackson McClemens at the free throw line, misses the first of 2, and that student section erupts on the missed free throw. They didn't agree with it, but does the student section ever agree when it calls against their team? Ashton Rabine has checked in for the Arrows as Jack Mack has went to the bench. So McClemens goes 1 for 2 at the line. If you're Yankton, you're not too unhappy with that. Still a 1-possession game late in the third quarter. We cross the minute mark. Yankton down 3. They give it up. Miles Drotzman at the top of the key has it. Beck Reichen tries to drive with it, stopped at the elbow. Now LaCroix, right back Kudera. Had some space but decides to drive it instead. Short jumper in the lane. Yes, Jackson Kudera. 17 points already for the sophomore. Back to a 1-point difference as Jackson McClemens, the mid-range jumper, in and out it goes, and the rebound goes to Beck Reichen. Kudera hit the deck, but he was quick to get up, and that's the great sign for Yankton. No shot clock. Yankton could take the lead heading into our final quarter of action. Beck Reichen on the Yankton Y. 10 seconds to play. He makes his move. Brings it to the far side, gives it up. Miles Drotzman. Drotzman is fouled with 5.2 seconds to play. Dane Stark will pick up his second personal, team's second, so really for them, not too bad of a foul. Grady Walder will check in place of Miles Drotzman. Walder, we know he can certainly shoot. Inbound gets into Beck Reichen, 4 to shoot. Tries to find Grady Walder, gives it up. Kudera, the buzzer beater, leaves it just short. And we are sent into the fourth quarter. It remains a 1-point game. 8 minutes to play. 38-37, Yankton trails Watertown. But they've got time to make something happen. Here on Classic, it's 106.3 in Yankton, streaming on YouTube.
Do you realize what your Yankton Hy-Vee has to offer? Aisles online, delivery, catering, fresh floral and bakery departments, pharmacy with drive-up and online prescription refills, Hy-Vee Health Market, dietitian service, fresh seafood department, U.S. Postal Substation, take and bake for breakfast and family meal deals. Yes, all that and more is at your Yankton Hy-Vee, located on the corner of 21st Street and Broadway Avenue in Yankton.
Larson Carpet has all your flooring needs. Step into their showroom to see a wide selection of all types of flooring. They have soft and luxurious carpet that's sure to bring comfort to your home. Stylized tile to make any room pop. Different color options of hardwood to make matching easy. And convenient vinyl plank for when spills happen. Of course, with the best customer service in the area. Their knowledgeable staff will make sure to answer any questions you might have. Larson Carpet, 212 Walnut.
8 minutes to go. 38-37 Watertown leads. Yankton will start with possession to open our final quarter of play. On paper, again, you wouldn't expect it to be a close game. Yankton has played hard and has made great improvements on the defensive side after a not-so-great first quarter. And since the first quarter has actually outscored Watertown by 12. So the Bucks' first offensive set here in the fourth. Under 8 minutes to play officially. Kudera has it beyond the arc, gives it up. Beck Reichen, still 20 to shoot. LaCroix gets an opening, put too much on it, fight for the rebound, ends up with Dane Stark and the Arrows. Again, in our postgame, we'll have our chat with not only Coach Haynes of the Bucks, but before that, Coach Savvy of the Gazelles. Dane Stark on the near side, gives it up. Carter Bisker downtown, buries the triple. He's got his team up 2 possessions. Yankton with the basketball, trailing 4, 7-10 to play in the game. Plenty of time for Yankton, and we've seen them go on runs here. Conway spins, had some room, but kicks it back out. Now LaCroix back to Conway, gets the good spin this time, a bump, sinks it! Are they going to say the foul's on Conway, or is he getting the and one? The and one. We'll see if they will give him the bucket. I was thinking they were calling an offensive foul actually on Conway. Instead, it's on Jack Mack. And that's just what the Bucks needed. Back to a 1-possession game, possibly a 1 point, but no good is Austin Conway. As Eidsness, lots of effort diving for the basketball, but he's going to foul Dane Stark and pick up number 4. That's as much effort as you'll see from any player on the floor. Owen Eidsness, just a lover of the game. Ball was poked free, but Bisker ended up with it. Tries driving it, working against Conway, as now he's fouled again. Yankton picks up another foul. Is it on Reichen or Conway? It's on Austin Conway, who now picks up his 3rd personal. Watertown gets it into Jack Mack. Now Jackson McClemens. Pat is coaching on the bench right now. Driving it, Mack, his pass taken away. Kudera the strip. A 2-point deficit for the Bucks, who have it on offense. Kudera works it against Dane Stark, now up ahead, Miles Drotzman. Lots of ball movement. Kudera thinks he's got a lane. He's fouled on the shot. Free throws coming up. Didn't get it to fall, but a chance to tie late in the game. Dane Stark now picks up his 3rd personal. Kudera bounces around a few times before it falls. Back to a 1-point game where it's been a lot of the game. Kudera misses the second option of two, but it's knocked out of bounds by Watertown. Eidsness got a hand on it, nearly had the rebound, but then poked free by the Arrows. 18 points, by the way, for Jackson Kudera, who has totally kept his team afloat. That one nearly taken away, but Kudera was able to grab it. Beck Reichen brings it down. Now Owen Eidsness tries to bring it into the lane for the lead. Beck Reichen is money from downtown. Beck Reichen the triple. Owen Eidsness the assist. Bucks are up 2. Under 6 minutes to play in our game. Down low they move it. Bisker, he'll be fouled. And on the foul is Beck Reichen. And maybe a slightly embellished hitting the floor there. I do think he was fouled. I just think he maybe did a little extra to make sure it was called. Beck Reichen picks up his third personal. Team's third. First of 2 is missed at the line by Carter Bisker. Eidsness takes to the bench, and again he has 4 fouls, so not too shockingly. On the floor for the Bucks, Conway, Drotzman, Reichen, Kudera, and Grady Walder. Second free throw does drop. Yankton now leads 1. Again, that lead was taken off of a Beck Reichen triple. And what a big shot it was. Reichen was trapped, and now Yankton trying to move quickly. Grady Walder loses it out of his hands from the pass from Drotzman. Watertown now an opportunity to take that lead right back. Jackson McClemens with it, hands it off. Jack Mack thought about the 3, decided against it. Gives it back up McClemens. Yankton's defense does not want to give up any separation as Bisker just glides right through the defense and takes the lead back for his squad. 44-43, Watertown now leads as Coach McClemens a full timeout. We'll take that timeout when we return. Yet again, a 1-point difference.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
5:16 to play in this game. 43-44, Yankton trails, but they do have possession here. Watertown is now going to have a full court press against the Bucks. Kudera picks up his dribble, swings it far side to Beck Reichen. Back to Kudera. Now they can set up their offense in the half court. We'll see how both teams come out of the break. Who's got the better game plan? Right now seeing a 2-3 zone from the Arrows as Kudera finds some space down low. Fouled again on the shot and a chance for free throws to take the lead. Jackson Kudera once again, he has been a magnet to the free throw line. Just drawing contact, swishes in the first of 2. Kudera has tied it up. One more point would give his team the lead and his 20th point of the night, and he does sink it. So back on top are the Yankton Bucks. Under 5 minutes to play here on the floor. If you are on Classic Hits 106, or if you'd like to watch it live, Yankton streaming on YouTube as this one is going to come down to the wire. Jack Mack has it poked free, and now Beck Reichen will pick up a foul. Seen a lot of fouls here in the fourth quarter. That is now Beck Reichen's 4th foul, so he and Owen Eidsness both in foul trouble You get to the final 5 minutes of the game, though, you kind of just have to run with who you want on the floor, though. Clemens inbounds it to Jack Mack, gets it right back. Corner three, Bisker for the lead. It's good. Every time Yankton gets the lead, Watertown just has an answer. That one nearly taken away, saved by McClemens. But as he was going out of bounds, just had to save it from going out. And now a bounce pass to Conway, had some room just out of his reach, though, goes out of bounds, and a turnover by this Bucks offense. So the Arrows now work against a zone full court press from Yankton. It causes a turnover as that pass just out of reach from Jackson McClemens. A look at the fouls. Yankton in this quarter already 4, so any fouls from here on out mean free throws for Watertown. Arrows have 1 to give as they sit at 3. Beck Reichen is going to pick up his dribble and travel. Back-to-back turnovers for this Bucks offense. We are halfway through the fourth quarter of action. Arrows work it. As now they do. No, they don't cross the half court. Miles Drotzman, as Drotzman fouled as he was driving for the layup. We'll see if it's a shooting foul or if this is going to be on the floor. Kane Decker picks up his third personal. Now, fouls from here on out mean free throws. Conway gets the inbound at the elbow. Hands it off Reichen, out to Eidsness. Now to Miles Drotzman, the dead-on triple. No good, but an offensive rebound, Jackson Kudera. Kudera bounces it out to Reichen, pump fakes the three. Now the pass down low, taken the other way. A fight for the basketball. Who touched it last as it went out of bounds? They're going to say the Bucks touched it last. So it will be Watertown basketball. Coach Haynes would like an explanation on that one, but now he's just telling his team to get ready on defense. Inbounding here is Jackson McClemens. Ball was tipped by Eidsness, but luckily for Watertown, ended up right back with Bisker. Jack Mack the three with a defender in his face. He's got it. His team's back up 5. Now the Watertown crowd chanting defense loudly. They brought a good crowd as Owen Eidsness swings it back right, and now Kudera up top. Kudera drove it to the lane, had to pick up his dribble, and now gives it up Eidsness. Eidsness back to Reichen. Reichen got his defender in the air, and now swings it out. 6 to shoot here for Yankton as Beck Reichen again gets his defender in the air, shoots the mid-range jumper, no good. Watertown pulls it in, under 3 to play, 50-45. Arrows lead this one. Timeout's going to be called on the floor. It's Coach Pat McClemens, another timeout, and another full Lindsay Echo Water Systems of Yankton water break. We'll make sure you don't miss a thing when we return. 50-45, Watertown in the lead.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers 2 menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
2:36 to go in this one. It has been an absolute barn burner here tonight between the Yankton Bucks and the Watertown Arrows. The girls before as well provided a pretty good game as well, with the Gazelles coming up with the victory. Now the Bucks trying to win back-to-backs here for the town of Yankton. Ball was poked free by Ides, and it's just ended up in the hands there of Caden Decker. Little bit of luck never hurt, right? Dane Stark now has it, works against Kudera. Gives it up, Carter Bisker takes the screen. Ides, and it's all over him. 8 to shoot for Watertown. Up top, Bisker has it, finds an open Dane Stark for 3, a swish! And that one feels like a dagger to put Watertown up 8. Yankton had the lead moments ago, but now a human torch from downtown is the Watertown Arrows. Bucks need points here. Beck Reichen drives with it, has it stripped away. Watertown brings it the other direction, and Bisker puts too much on it. Offensive rebound, McClemens, and he puts it in for 2. Out of nowhere, the Arrows lead double digits. It's a 10-point lead. Beck Reichen forced to pick up his dribble. Now Owen Eisnes with it. Tries working into the lane, gets stopped. Miles Drotzman hands it off Beck Reichen. 82 seconds to play in this one. Yankton's going to have to move quickly. 15 seconds. Owen Eisnes fires the triple. Off the backboard, no good. Kudera nearly the offensive board. And now Watertown is able to score it on the other side. An uncontested layup, and with 65 seconds, that might just be too much here for Yankton to overcome. Jackson Kudera with it, drives it baseline, and floats it up over the top, buries it. Man, is this kid good. 22 points, quick steal for Owen Eisnes, and scores it, and the offensive rebound. Missed his first attempt. Well, Yankton brings it back within 8. It's not likely, but they are not out of this one quite yet. Coach Haynes calls a timeout, and a 60-second timeout, that is. 51 seconds to play. It's now 57-49. Out of nowhere, Watertown got up to a 12-point lead. A couple of quick buckets for Yankton, though, has them down 8. We'll take a 30-second break, and we'll return in a moment. We'll see if the Bucks have it in them to mount an impressive comeback.
Hi, I'm Franny Kiefer with the Yankton School District Alumni Association. We strive to create a community of alumni and friends who support extracurricular and educational opportunities in the Yankton School District through scholarships, grants, innovative education opportunities, and staff appreciation. With us, you will keep connected to a community of Yankton School District alumni and friends all over. You can help continue to pay it forward and help future graduates. Register today at the Yankton School District Alumni Association website.
Under a minute to go here tonight in Yankton. 2 of the best games we have seen all season long. The Bucks scored 4 unanswered in about 5 seconds there. First Kudera down low, and then Owen Eisnes with another steal. Didn't make his first shot, got the offensive board, but then scored it on his second attempt. Full court pressure here for Yankton. They are going to turn up the heat on Watertown. Watertown was able to get across, and now a pass up top. They're able to avoid Yankton's pressure without a turnover. Dane Stark now with it for the Arrows. Gives it up to Carter Bisker at the Yankton Y. They're happy to use as much of this clock as they possibly can. Lots of ball movement, and now a foul. It's going to be on Tegan LaCroix. That's only his first personal. Expect him to be doing a lot of the fouling here late in this one. Bonus free throws coming up now for Watertown. At the free throw line, Dane Stark. He's got 5 points so far in this game. First one no good, and Yankton's chances just went up about 0.5%, it feels like, but it's just enough to give you a little hope that even if they get one here, you go down, get a shot, you caught up just a little. No good on the second attempt of 2. McClemens able to get the offensive rebound, though, and a foul going to be called on Yankton. Now, McClemens maybe got a little saved there because the foul was called right before he passed it, and it went right to the hands of Owen Eisnes. Miles Drotzman will pick up a foul, and free throws now for Jackson McClemens. First of 2 does drop, makes it a 9-point game. 25 seconds to go, and now a 10-point difference. Yankton more likely than not, looking at loss 7 on the season. Owen Eidsness gets it into the lane, drives with it. Scoop layup is good. Another timeout called by Coach Haynes. His team finds themselves down 8. 59-51, 17 seconds to play is the issue. You feel if there's just one more minute, Yankton would have an okay chance at possibly making this comeback. We saw them come down 15 in a single quarter, but now you're looking at 8 points, 17 seconds, and Watertown with possession of the basketball. Just a 30-second timeout there for Coach Haynes and his squad. He's got 1 remaining, and you got to wonder if Watertown is able to even erase a few seconds and knock down both free throws, if the Bucks have any chance of trying to win this one. .3 seconds to go exactly. Watertown to inbound it, and last second they'll switch who's inbounding. They get it into Jack Mack, and no foul here for the Bucks as they do break it across the timeline. And with 8 seconds left, Yankton is going to concede victory, and Watertown is going to come up with the final score, a win, 59-51. The Yankton Bucks fall to 1-7 on the season. And for Watertown, already 2 more wins than they had all of last year. Now 8-1, your final score. Again, 59-51, your final score here. As before we get into our First Dakota National Bank post-game show here, we do have Coach Blake Savvy of the Gazelles with us for the post-game chat. That was played about an hour and a half ago. But Coach Savvy, a big win for your team. You were able to defeat the Watertown Arrows, and maybe it wasn't the greatest start, but your team came up big and won it.
Yeah, I think I was just talking to Coach Moores a little bit too, and it's maybe not how I would have chose that all to play out collectively as a game, but I think now looking back, it's a really good game for our girls to see the difference in the first half and the second half, and just coming out in the first half, a game they knew, they wanted to go get. And I thought just playing a little bit conservatively on both ends of the floor and going into the second half and just pinning their ears back and going all in on both sides of the ball, getting to the rim, putting some pressure on the rim and getting touches in the paint. And then defensively just up in their grill and nose to nose and just kind of selling out. So it's a really good game for our girls to just kind of see a contrast between the two halves. But I'm really, really proud of them. When we talk about learning how to win, that's a really big game for us to look at. Just, again, going in a little bit disappointed at halftime and then coming out and really dominating half.
And it was a great second half. What really impressed me the most was the final 4 or 5-ish minutes. Those are usually the times where teams, that's you've got to play your best. And for me, I thought it was the best few minutes of basketball we have seen from your team all season long, and it was when it mattered most.
Yeah, that's good floor leadership. We've been talking about that a lot with the girls and just needing a little bit more of it, organizing ourselves on the court, getting our spacing, then attacking, and just staying composed and collected, and they did that. They went a long stretch there at the end without fouling on defense while still keeping up the pressure. That, along with putting pressure on the rim on the offensive end, is just kind of what allowed us to break away there at the end, and that's just the girls on the court doing what they need to do and doing a phenomenal job of it.
And there's a couple players I want to point out, but first of all, we've got to talk about Jordan Kudera, her first ever varsity start, and I'd love to be corrected and find out that she did reach the goal. 1 rebound short of a double-double. I've got her down for 16 points, 9 rebounds. What a performance for her first ever start.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal effort. And, again, those are the types of things that a lot of those rebounds came in the second half and towards the end stretch there. I mean, she just had hands everywhere and was getting up in the air for them. And those were huge rebounds, some of them on the offensive end, some of them on the defensive end. She played a phenomenal game, and she's one that really can put pressure on the rim for us. And so when she starts to get in that role, great things happen for us. And when you can start to put 2 or 3 serious scorers out there, a lot of things can happen offensively, and that's what we saw in the second half, but especially the fourth quarter.
And now let's talk about your other leading scorer, Eden Wolfgram, 27 points. I've got her 1 rebound shy of a double-double as well. But we've seen that before from her. 27 points, though. I mean, what a big game from her.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's a good one to just look at some film and reflect on. In the second half, I haven't looked at the stats yet, but I'm going to assume that's when she poured most of them in, and it was just putting pressure on the rim, getting to the free throw line, getting some finishes, and then let those perimeter shots come to you in rhythm, catch and shoot. We know that she's got the capability to go do that every night. We're really, really happy that she decided to pull that out in the second half and get rocking in that way, and then again have some help from Jordan. So they did a great job pouring it in, but collectively that was an amazing effort from every girl that stepped foot on the floor, defensively especially, and just buying into our adjustments into the second half.
And I couldn't have said any better. Like you said, it was a really great effort from every girl who had minutes on the floor. They felt like positive minutes. Now you don't get a week until your next game now. You don't have quite as much of a rest. You're back in action on Tuesday. You've got one day, Monday, to look at and kind of work some stuff. What's that going to look like?
We're still kind of banged up and recovering ourselves as a team. We hope to get some girls back slowly here throughout the next week. But we have to have a plan for Brindley Altenberg going into Tuesday against Sioux Falls Jefferson. She's one of the best players in the state. She's a Division I basketball commit. She can shoot it from anywhere in the gym. And so we've got to have a plan for her, but not back down either. We still, the brand we saw in the second half tonight, we want to get to a point where it doesn't matter who the opponent is. We're going to step up and play that basketball. And just kind of go down swinging, not saving anything.
And how does it just feel to get a win entering the weekend into the next game?
I'm just really happy for the girls. They work really, really hard, and they've had a lot of really good practices. And they knew this is a game that we wanted to go get. And so to go into the locker room at halftime, this easily could have been another game where we come out a little bit flat and defeated and one gets away from us. That is not what they did. They stepped up to the challenge. They completely flipped. It was a total 180 on both sides of the floor in the second half. And so I'm just really proud of them and what they were able to learn together tonight. And it's fun to go sign autographs and have a massive, we had 120 posters and we're down to 7 left as we leave here. And so for them to see a big line like that coming off of a big win, I'm just really happy for them and the feeling that they get to have tonight.
Well, look forward to see how that transitions into your next games. As always, thanks for the time, Coach. Congrats on the win. I'll let you get to celebrating.
Awesome. Thank you. Go Gazelles.
Again, that was head coach Blake Savvy of the Gazelles on not our coaches' conversations, our post-game chat on our first Go to National Bank of Yankton post-game chat. And we're going to take a quick break. We'll get the Yankton Bucks stats all lined up, figured out coming up. Also, our Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton's hot hands of the game. That's all on its way here tonight on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Yankton Rexall in the Meridian District, Yankton, for all your gifts and decor needs. It's the only place in town to find both Hallmark ornaments and cards for any occasion. They also have Willow Tree and Precious Moments collectibles, the perfect anniversary and wedding gifts, nativity scenes, Watkins products, and single Abdallah chocolates. The Yankton Rexall Pharmacy for all your prescription needs. Yankton Rexall at the corner of 3rd and Douglas, downtown Yankton.
Hi, it's Linda at Linda's Angel Crossing in Yankton. I carry Tribal, Lulu Bee, Ethel, Southern Lady, and Old Ranch. I have other brands too. The nursery has everything you need for babies. Copper pearl bibs, magnetic sleepers, swaddlers, bag sleepers, and baptism. Toddler clothing, boys and girls Under Armour to size 7, toys, little golden books, and other unique kids' toys. Linda's Angel Crossing, 1101 Broadway in Yankton.
Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts on the corner of 15th and Broadway in Yankton. Your full-service flower and gift store. Beautiful fresh flower arrangements to artificial arrangements. Gifts, sympathy, foodie items to snarky gifts. Stop by and let the gals at Pied Piper give you the personal service you deserve. Brighten your day and head to Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts, where you'll find something new every time you go. Pied Piper Flowers and Gifts Yankton, they deliver.
you like to read? I love to read. So does Rabin Books, your unique bookstore in Yankton, where you'll find thousands of books from brand new to gently used oldies but goodies, all at unbeatable prices. Trade in your old favorites for credit and be able to explore something new. Whether you're a casual reader or a bookworm, Rabin Books is your next chapter, located at 804 Bill Baggs Road. Rabin Books, where every book finds a home. Authentic Mexican food goods with the family touch is here in Yankton at Angela's Mexican Store. From fresh produce and meats to the spices and the snacks you miss from home. Traveling or just moved? No problem. They accept money from many different countries. Check out the different kinds of money on the wall. Family owned, family loved. They treat you like family. Angela's Mexican Store, where culture meets community. Stop in today.
Dive into the delicious all-you-can-eat Asian buffet, featuring mouth-watering Asian cuisine like broccoli beef, General Chicken, sesame chicken, so much more. Or choose from a fresh selection of meats, noodles, rice, vegetables, Asian-inspired sauces, and watch them sizzle on the Mongolian grill. Plus tantalizing desserts, including ice cream. Get your fill at King Buffet and Mongolian Grill, North Broadway, Yankton.
Craving something boss-level delicious? Come out to Boss Pizza and Chicken, where flavor meets delicious and delicious meets drooling. Your taste buds won't be the same when you taste the bold flavors of Boss Pizza and Chicken. From crispy chicken to juicy burgers to handcrafted specialty pizzas, Boss has it all. Serving lunch and dinner Monday through Sunday starting at 11 o'clock. That's why they're the boss. Boss Pizza and Chicken, just waiting to crush your cravings.
And back on our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. First Dakota has proudly supported the dreams and banking needs of their customers for over 150 years. They offer personal, business, and ag banking solutions for every stage of your journey with 2 locations, downtown and North Broadway, Yankton. Unfortunately for the Bucks, it just wasn't quite enough tonight. They fall 59-51 to the Watertown Arrows, and the Arrows will be 8-1 to start their season. A great start for them, and Yankton falls to 1-7 on the season. Your final game stats for the starters: Beck Reichen with 3 points, 2 rebounds, and an assist. Also had 4 fouls. Owen Eisnes those were his halftime stats. Beck Reichen with 8 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Owen Eisnes had 10 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 5 steals. Jackson Kudera led the way with 22 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Tegan LaCroix with 2 points and a rebound. Austin Conway, 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. And then coming off the bench for Yankton, Abe O'Brien with 3 points, 1 rebound, and an assist. Also had a couple of fouls. Miles Drotzman with 4 points, 1 rebound, 1 steal, and 1 block. And it was a great rejection down low there for Miles Drotzman. And Grady Walder had 1 rebound. It's now time for your Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton hot hands of the game. Yankton's original and most trusted heating and cooling professionals for over 76 years. Kaiser Heating and Cooling, 808 West 23rd Street of Yankton. You can probably guess who the hot hands of the game are tonight. It's just got to be Jackson Kudera. Just had one of those performances where he was truly leading the team and the best player on the floor, it felt like. Kudera wraps up with 22 points in the game, 3 rebounds, an assist, and 2 steals. And Kudera, only a sophomore, so the future very bright for him. A great player. Last year hit a near half-court buzzer beater to win a game in Rapid City, and now a great performance here, stacking up some big moments for his young career with the Bucks. And now a look around the state at some scores, as we do have updates. In Double-A girls action, number 3 ranked Sioux Falls, Washington just barely scraped by a win over Sioux Falls Jefferson. The score 64-63. Mitchell picked up another win on their season in Brookings with a score of 50-20. Of course, tonight we saw the Gazelles winning 59-46 over the Watertown Arrows. And in the final girls game of the night, Huron beat Sioux Falls Lincoln a large score 72-27. Then into boys AA for Sioux Falls Lincoln, quite the opposite turnaround or outcome there. The number 1 ranked Sioux Falls Lincoln Patriots defeat the number 5 ranked Huron Tigers 82-57. That Sioux Falls Lincoln team is one you do not want to match up with when the season is all said and done. Sioux Falls Jefferson gets a close win over Sioux Falls Washington. That final score 78-73. Number 2 ranked Sioux Falls Roosevelt defeated T-Area, who is receiving votes on the media prep poll. Roosevelt won big time, 82-55. Mitchell, who is receiving votes, was able to defeat the Brookings Bobcats in Brookings. Your final score, 53-39. And, of course, here tonight, the final score, 59-51, with the Yankton Bucks falling to the Watertown Arrows. For the Bucks, that is their 7th loss on the season. Of course, they would definitely love to start stacking up the wins, but it has been a tough schedule for the Bucks. They have played good team after good team, it feels like, and right now just struggling a little bit, but you look towards the future of that schedule, and it does start to get a little bit easier where you're maybe not playing as many of the top teams in the state. We will go over that. We'll take another break here in our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. We'll cover some of the upcoming games for both the Bucks and Gazelles, and we haven't seen any of the Buck players or Coach Haynes out on the floor yet, so we'll wait for that and keep it tuned here for that chat on Classic Hits 106.3 and Yankton streaming on YouTube.
Triple Time Rudy's on the corner of 16th and Broadway, Yankton. Stop in and check out their wide variety of items. Grab some snacks, whether you want chips, popcorn, or something sweet, they have it. Ice-cold beverages, or when you need that boost in the morning, coffee. You can also grab the best locally produced meats, meat sticks, and cheeses in the area, guaranteed fresh. For those hot days, grab a Freezy too. Get all your car needs and 5 cents off a gallon when using cash. All at Triple Time Rudy's, Yankton.
The Bonesetter Chiropractic, Yankton. I'm Dr. TJ Stotz. When you need chiropractic, we're here. We use a hands-on approach, decompression traction, electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and state-of-the-art examination techniques. We're happy to offer exercise and supplement advice as well. The Bonesetter Chiropractic, 215 Mulberry, Suite 9, Yankton. Call or text 605-401-5701. Bringing you comfort when there's discomfort.
Looking to buy a home or maybe sell? Trust the name that puts you first. America's Best Realty. From your first showing to the final signature, their expert agents guide you every step of the way. Fast closings, top market value, and real service you can count on. Your dream home, they will find it. Selling fast, they will make it happen. Call America's Best Realty at 605-260-1600. America's Best Realty, because you deserve the best.
Looking for a photo that actually looks like you, but better? At Meridian Photo, we specialize in capturing personality, not just poses. Whether it's headshots, high school seniors, family sessions, or team and individual sports photos, we'll make you look like a legend. We've just landed in the Meridian district of Yankton. Book your session today at meridian-photo.com or give us a call at 605-655-4598. Meridian Photo. Be you. You deserve it.
Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team specializing in all things heating and cooling, as well as heat and glow gas, wood, and electric fireplaces, humidifiers and dehumidifiers, and all styles of ductless mini-split systems. Whether you are building or remodeling, our team of innovative experts will get you the correct equipment and indoor air quality accessories you need for your home or business. Remember, Kaiser Heating and Cooling is your hometown team for all things heating and cooling for the past 77 years. Go Bucks and Gazelles.
Your local KFC Taco Bell at 2504 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton offers 2 menus combined into one. Something for everyone at KFC Taco Bell. When your family's hungry and can't decide between crispy chicken and mashed potatoes or tacos, burritos, and protein bowls, well, you don't have to choose. Get the best of both worlds in one stop. Cool down with the legendary Baja Blast Freeze or heat things up with a variety of hot sauces. KFC Taco Bell Yankton. Why pick one when you can have both?
Back on our first Go to National Bank post-game show, waiting our chat with head coach Chris Haynes of the Bucks. With a lengthy discussion with his guys in the locker room. I mean, just one of those kind of heartbreaking losses for the Bucks. It didn't come down to maybe the final shot. You didn't lose on a buzzer beater. But you work your way back from down 15, and then you back and forth. It's a 1-point game for about half of the game. And then out of nowhere, Watertown gets hot from deep, just kind of puts it away with some great shooting, even when there was defenders in their face. So really just a tough loss for the Bucks, who fall 59-51 and drop to 1-7 on the season. Upcoming for Bucks and Gazelles basketball, which of course will all be on Yankton streaming on YouTube, and then depending on if they're split or with USD basketball, would be on Classic. It's 106.3. We'll start with the Gazelles, who come away with a victory here tonight against Watertown. Next Tuesday, they're on the road at Sioux Falls Jefferson. 3-4. It'll be their teacher appreciation night. And for the Gazelles, looking to continue this momentum. They got their second win. They then take on a 3-4 team. And then next Friday, they take on Sioux Falls Roosevelt, who is 1-7. It just feels like if you're going to win a string of games, right now is when those games are. And even if the Gazelles can go 2 of 3 between Watertown, Sioux Falls Jefferson, and Sioux Falls Roosevelt, certainly is starting to look better. Then comes O'Gorman on the 27th. O'Gorman 6-1. Then on the road to Huron. And then at home against Brandon Valley. O'Gorman and Brandon Valley going to be two very tough teams. Into February, they open up at home against Pierre TF Riggs, a 2-5 team. And then at home, a doubleheader for Rapid City squads. Rapid City Stevens up first on the 13th. They're 8-2. And then Rapid City Central, who's 4-4 after. Then on the road to Rapid City Christian, one of the best Class A teams for girls. At home for the final time on the 20th of February against T Area, who's 6-3. And then they close out their season on the road at Brookings, who's 1-5, at Spearfish, who's 3-2, and at Douglas, who's 1-5. Coming up for the Yankton Bucks after tonight, at home on Tuesday against Sioux Falls Jefferson. That game, I can tell you, will be Yankton streaming on YouTube exclusively. And then on Friday at Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Jefferson a 2-3 team, but Roosevelt a 7-1 team. So you hope maybe to split those then against O'Gorman and Brandon Valley at home. Into February at Pierre TF Riggs, and then they have that homestand against Rapid City teams with Rapid City Stevens and then Rapid City Central. Stevens at 4-6, Central 2-6. Then at Sioux Falls Christian, again, one of the best teams in Class A. At home, they'll wrap up their season against T Area and then close out on the road against Brookings, who's 0-5, Spearfish, who's 5-0, and Douglas, who is 1-5. And now making his way up here is head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks. And Coach, I mean, what a hard-fought effort from your team. Watertown just unfortunately pulled away towards the end there.
Yeah, it didn't get off to a very good start. Obviously Watertown made some plays to start, but we had 5 layups in the first quarter, first 5 minutes of the game that we didn't make, and you just can't do that against good teams. But give our guys credit. They battled back and made some plays there in the second quarter. I think we were down 1 at halftime, so we got back in the basketball game. And then made a little run there in the third quarter, fourth quarter. Got some steals, got some layups. Beck hit the big shot in the corner with, 3 or 4 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever it was to go to put us up 2. Their Coach McClemens called a timeout and give Watertown all the credit down the stretch. They weren't rattled, they weren't phased. They came out and made the plays and the shots down the stretch to win the basketball game.
And the defensive intensity certainly seems like it has picked up for your squad. What does that show about the team? Because that was something maybe defense wasn't, we weren't too happy about how it was looking before. Now these last 2 games really feels like it's slowly, kind of starting to get put together.
Yeah, we showed some signs. I don't know how good we were tonight. I mean, we made some good plays, but we still made too many bad plays. Out of position and, losing shooters, just little things like that, good teams and good players will make you pay. So we still got to get more solid on the defensive end. And I don't know what the rebounds were, but I felt like we were a little bit better on the defensive glass. I didn't feel like we were giving up offensive rebounds all night like we have been all year. So I guess I'll look at the stats when I get them, but just, felt like we did a better job there.
Jackson Cooter, really an impressive performance here tonight. Only a sophomore, but 22 points for him, and just felt like every time he touched the ball, he drew a crowd up from the defensive side.
Yeah, he played well. Made a few shots from the perimeter, got to the basket. Something that he needs to continue to work on is getting to the basket and scoring around the basket. I mean, he's a big, strong kid now, and he's got to just continue to learn how to use his body in there and play with and through contact. And you saw a couple signs of that tonight, so hopefully he can gain more confidence again from, we know he can shoot and he can do some things, but again, we need him going to the basket and scoring around the basket as well.
And now next week you've got 2 Sioux Falls opponents. First up on Tuesday, Jefferson. What's that week look like for you?
Yeah, Jefferson and Roosevelt are really good. I mean, they're super athletic, and Roosevelt's got a great record. They've won a lot of games, and Jefferson's record might not look very good, but that's because they've only lost to good teams. They played a lot of good teams. Jefferson's one of the best teams in the state, and they got athletes that'll run. They're going to the transition game, both of them is unreal. They got shooters. They got big, strong kids inside. So, we're going to have to play our best basketball if we want to even give ourselves a chance against those teams.
Well, Coach, appreciate the time as always. We'll talk with you on Monday.
Okay, thanks, Zach.
Again, that was head coach Chris Haynes of the Yankton Bucks here on our First Go to National Bank postgame show, and that about wraps it up for us here tonight. The Gazelles get a win. The Bucks fall to Watertown as Watertown and Yankton split the doubleheader here tonight. For the final time tonight here, I'm Zach Spear alongside Eve Hawley. We'll get you back to your regular programming on Classic Hits 106.3. And until next time on Yankton streaming on YouTube, have a great rest of your night.
This has been a presentation of Yankton High School basketball from 5 Star Communications. Thanks for tuning in, and join us next time for all Yankton athletics. Go Bucks and Gazelles!